What is going on, everybody? It's a miserable Monday, and I just say that I guess as far as weather-wise, at least anyway. So yeah, I'm glad to be inside. I guess as far as in just in being nice and toasty warm. Yeah, I hope everybody else is doing all right out there.
Reward. It's a new try.
It's a new try. Wait a minute. Okay, so just making sure. Lexus coming in, I guess as far as first. Good evening there, Jack Daw. All right, cool. All right, just making sure that happened at the same time there. So kind of, I was making sure, I guess, as far as it wasn't one thing over the other. Welcome in, both of you. I guess as far as we're just getting things started.
We're going streak.
Who's streaking? Lexus is on a streak, 3-3 streak. We're going streaking with the Lexus. It's a tad bit windy and nipply out there, I guess as far as
Everybody, we're going.
Nice. Yeah, we're doing okay, I guess, as far as other than that miserable weather out there, I guess, as far as right now. I guess we're supposed to be getting some rain later. And I guess an overabundance. So I guess the last time we were in here, it's been a while, I guess, as far as we had a request, I guess, as far as to do this MG Roadster. So we did get two different versions in here. We got a race version and a standard version. I don't think I did anything more on this one. Nope. So we got this one at auction. As we can see there, we did weld the frame. So we'll probably fix that one up a little bit. I guess as far as we did fix this one up, I think, entirely for the race one. Yeah, I do remember that being requested. So we got those versions. One of the biggest things that is a difference with these two models is the roll cage on this one, and this one don't. But we're very well done, I guess, as far as this car. Is this open? The trunk is not open. Oh, we got another streak. We got all the streaks coming in today. It's like, you're gonna give me super duper cold with all the streaks today.
Sorry.
Posy coming in with the streak. Live stream streak. I welcome in there, Posy. I know Posy's been doing some War Thunder, I guess, as far as especially in the tanks. So hopefully that's been go there. Yeah, I was just talking about that there, Posy. So it's miserable. It's very windy, cold, and you know, it's snowing and blowing. Not a lot of accumulation. We just got a dusting, and it's probably a lot of it has to do with just the, you know, the wind. We're supposed to get rain, I guess, as far as later. So that might get a little bit messy, I guess, as far as so. Yeah, I think we're gonna fix this one up a little bit more. So we have not gotten this one dynoed yet. Only gets 50 horsepower. I think our race one gets like 200. If I remember right, yeah. So it's got the 440 in the 6-pack in this guy. Kind of interesting configurations for this little MG Roadster. So yeah, let's. Did I already pull the engine out of this? I don't remember if we did. Nope, we did not. So I think we did get it running. From what I do remember, let's just reconfirm. Yeah, it's been a minute, so let's get in here and see if it does start. Slow starter, but yeah, she does run. Alrighty then, so that's confirmed. So I think what we'll do is we'll work on this guy for starters. You gotta wait for a while to get the snowblower out. Wind's just going to close. So you got that much snow. We don't have that much snow to have to deal with it in that fashion, but yeah. I can imagine, I guess, as far as I think even further west, from what I've heard of some of the folks that I know further west, like in Minnesota, yeah, they've got it bad. I'm glad we don't have that. That's for sure. Let's get this all the way up. We'll drain the oil out of this. We'll pull the engine. We'll fix that one up. I think we did the bare minimum on that, from what I remember, just as far as just to get her running. It's been a hot minute, I think, as far as so. We're just gonna make this right. Oil's in pretty good shape. Yeah, so for the most part, everything was in the yellow. Okay, let's get this out of the way. Get some things dismantled so we can get this engine pulled out. Oh, wait a minute. I think there's some stuff we got to do on the top end. Yep. We'll take that oil filter off. Yeah, so we got to do some stuff on the top end, I guess, as far as you get that exhaust pipe out of there. So let's do that. Yeah, well, while you're waiting there, Posy, I guess, as far as the appreciate coming in, I guess, as far as in the thing we got going on here for today. So I guess for right now, we got this MG standard roadster, non-race. I guess as far as deal, it's got a inline 4 into it. 50 horsepower we observed, I guess, as far as it gets. Fancy little car. We've got a Pontiac GTO, I guess, as far as in the project garage to work on too. So we got a couple of things lined up, I guess, as far as for today at least. Starters. Okay. Get that out. Now we gotta get the gearbox out of there. Get that engine pulled. Now, whoa, that one's still a little bit rusty there. Hello. Come on out of there. Is it out of there? Nope. Wait a minute. Guess it is out of there. Couldn't tell. It's that one rusty bolt there being stubborn. There we go. That's good. Starter. So yeah, we're winding down, I guess, as far as for close of 2025. So I've had some thought here, I guess, as far as the bolt that there. I don't really have a heck of a lot planned, I guess, as far as, you know, any big plans, I guess, as far as for New Year's. So the big idea is, I guess, as far as we'll probably be streaming, I guess, as far as both New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. So if those of you are trying to schedule, I guess, as far as who notice what's going on, I think we are considering this as far as just to go ahead and, you know, we don't have any big plans. Wait, Steam says you last played last year in December. Oh, are you talking about Car Mechanic? So it's been a year? Yeah, I definitely need to get back into it there, Posy. Definitely. Let's go ahead and pull this guy out. A lot of really cool mod cars, I guess, as far as, so this one was a request. I've got that redeemed there for anybody that does want to request a mod car you want to see worked on, I guess, as far as here in the game. I guess as far as, feel free to do that, just as long as it is available on Steam Workshop, which this one was. So yeah, it's got the two configurations for the race and standard, and we're currently working on the standard. You'll be playing a lot in the next month, so yeah, going to be slow for you, I guess, as far as work wise. I know you said you had that that month on the premium for the War Thunder, so sounds like you've got quite a bit, you know, to do, I guess, as far as in your time off. I can honestly say I didn't get back into this one, I guess, as far as since last week. I've been trying out some other things that we will potentially be adding to the channel, such games such as Out of Ore. I've been getting a lot of playtime in the Out of Ore, I guess, as far as in the off-string. It's a pretty interesting game. It does have that same building, you know, type of thing, I guess, as far as with Satisfactory. And you know how much I like Satisfactory. I love my Satisfactory. Sometimes it can be frustrating, I guess, as far as the things that work. So we are still having some problems with nuclear power in the Satisfactory. So I still need to get back in there. I've had to put it down and just give it a break, I guess, as far as for now. But I do eventually need to get back into there and figure out what the heck is going on with the nuclear power. Yeah. At some point we'll do that. So I think from now until next Saturday, which we'll be streaming on that day as well, we'll be getting back into Satisfactory to find out what is exactly. I think it has more to do with the waste, the nuclear waste, I guess, as far as that's producing from the nuclear power plant, if I had to guess. So yeah, we just got to deal with those things is all. We had it working pretty good, though. We did have it working pretty good. We were producing about 68,000 megawatts of power, which is amazing. It did kind of put me in the mood, I guess, as far as to try and see if we can hit 100,000 megawatts of power. I think that'd be pretty cool. You haven't played out of War since January last year. A lot of lots of additions. So if it's been that long for you, Posy, one of the really major things that they added to it, amongst other things, is now you got to deal with powering things up. I guess as far as your productions and stuff like that. They have fuel power. They have solar power. Lots of different ways. They got windmill power. As far as to get your power, I guess as far as for your productions, which is pretty. You know, they made it pretty simple. It's not that difficult, I guess, as far as to understand. But just the fact you got to deal with getting power to all your things, get it balanced out, I guess, as far as based on the productions that you have. I've seen some really crazy setups, I guess, as far as for you know, depending on what you want to deal with. Like if you just want to deal with the gold, you can set up your production, I guess, as far as just to deal with gold. If you want to deal with all the other stuff like your gems, like your rubies and diamonds and all that stuff, you can do that too. A lot of different ways you can do it. I think you raided into somebody who was playing. Yes, I did. So it's been 11 months. Yeah, so basically a year. Basically a year. Yeah, I don't remember who it was. I think it might have been Mr. Red. It might have been Mr. Red, I forget. There's a couple of different streamers that I've been... Yep. Been doing some little bit of collab play, I guess, as far as in the off stream. Which it's... yeah, they've done a really good... And it's not even really full release yet. It's still beta. So the fact that it's a beta game, it's pretty solid game. Alright, let's get the crank out of there. Yeah, and Mr. Red... he's been doing some playthrough with Unoffensive. Unoffensive knows his stuff, I guess, as far as when it comes to... Well, they both do, but I think the inspiration and the influence has been from Unoffensive. So let's get these parts fixed up. And they have a good time with it. That's a good thing. They do have the DLC for the mass extraction. We don't have that ourselves, I guess, as far as... But it is available. Kind of neat. Kind of nice. Alright, let's get this. So we got a lot of parts that are yellow. Definitely repairable and reusable. Gotta love it. So it is just a 4-cylinder, so we don't have as many parts as far as like pistons and all that stuff, I guess, as far as to dismantle and put her back together. So that's kind of a nice thing. One advantage to having the smaller engines. So engine block's in really good shape. Good deal. So I don't have to replace any of these parts. We did confirm it did run, so even bigger plus. And our engine block. And boomy. Alright, let's get that back on the stand. We'll get this back together. Let's put her back together. So we got that. I'm going to try and do this somewhat the proper way, I guess, as far as for reality. And we know this is virtual, but I'm going to do it somewhat the realistic way. So we're going to put our crank in first, get that all set into place. The game does not require you to have to do this, but I just seems more appropriate to me. So we're going to get some new pistons and rings. Go to this store. 4 of them, just for the 4-cylinder. And don't forget those rings. Combo deal. So 4 of those. Slap those in. We'll get our pistons all set into place, as well as the crank. And then move the top side and such. Now, it does depend 100%, I guess, as far as which mechanic you talk to, as far as what they like to put in after getting all the internals to the crankcase done. You know, as far as setting your crank and whatnot. I tend to like to start on the top end, for the most part. Some of them like to get the timing done, I guess, as far as get that all set. While you still got, like, to leave the oil pan off to make sure it gets as far as number 1 piston, and gets as far as that top dead center. Many different ways you can go about it, though. Let's see. Appreciate the alert there, Posy. I'm sure we'll be here once you get back. I gotta fire up that car mechanic sim and get as far as and see what he's got going on in there. I meant to ask us as far as what level they at. Yeah, we'll put the oil pan back on. We're good with the oil pan. You see we got our number 1 cylinder at top dead center. Getting a new flywheel because that's probably not, it's probably in the yellow. And those are not repairable, as we know. Yep, that was confirmed. So our clutch plate should be fine. Pressure plate, we'll get a new one. As well as the bearing. Yes, I know I probably asked this before, but I hope everybody's holiday has been going good. We got another one coming up, at least as far as this week. That being New Year's. So I hope, I don't know who's all got plans. I know we don't. Ooh, we got Racer Batman coming into the party. Welcome into the party, pal. Want to join the party? It's just starting. Just fixing up our 4-cylinder engine for our Roadster. Get a new oil filter. There we go. Alright, let's get this right side up and we'll work on the top end. Good to hear you're doing good there, Racing Batman. Yeah, we're closing up on this, not only the year, but also the month. So if you're looking to get into that top 5, I guess as far as for the end of the month. Oops, we need a new cam gear. Do be sure, I guess as far as you get in on those raffles. I might throw a random one out there too, I guess as far as, so pay attention to that. We know it's probably crunch time for some of you trying to get into that top 5. New belt. I need a new tensioner, yeah. But you are earning those units of fluid even as the stream is live. So just stick around. We need a new harmonic balancer. And I got the hiccups like really bad. There we go. Okay, so we need water pump is fixed up. Alternators all fixed up. Power steering, hell yeah. I need a new belt. Yeah, I think I've said before, as far as these are probably my 3rd or 4th most, I guess, as far as favorite engine to build, as far as these 4-cylinders. You know, next to the old school V8 OHVs, I think this is, yeah, this is probably maybe a 2nd or 3rd, I don't know. Who's trying? Oh, that was a snowball. It's like, what was that? Yeah, Racer Batman trying to get that snowball fight going. I'll get down on that action. Yeah, we did have a little bit of snow this morning, just as far as there's a lot of wind blowing out there right now. So yeah, that dusting of snow that we got there is kind of getting blown around. Throttle on there. So we got some fuel rails. Those are mixed up. All right, let's get our top end. We're gonna need some new cam caps. So we got 5 of those. Yeah, 5 new ones of those cam caps. Those are not repairable, and we need 5 of those. Yeah, so we kind of did it somewhat realistic, I guess, as far as on the engine build. From bottom to top, internal to outside. So we got our back end pretty much done, front end's done, finishing up our top end. Okay. Cover. Torque sequence on that. And what else are we missing? I always forget the sparkulators and the fuel injectors and all that. So we need some new sparkulators. Let's go to the electronic shop for those. We need 4 new sparkulators for inline 4. Nothing too new, I guess, as far as about this build, but always nice to keep the skills sharp, I guess, as far as with... Alright, so ignition coil, I definitely need one of those. Let's go ahead and get ourselves a new one of those. We have one in the warehouse? For real? I was showing we had one in the warehouse. Let's see what we got here. Hold on a minute. So we got mission... where is it at? Oh, you know what? It might be in warehouse 4. Yeah, it's this guy. So it's not 100%, but it is green. So I think we'll get us. We're just gonna get a brand new one. Yeah, we'll get a brand new one. So that's what's showing in the warehouse. Slap that new one on. So we don't have the distributor gets as far as much the same as we do on the V8s. This one's just this really simple ignition coil. And that's it. Going into the wires, we'll get some new wires. Pretty simple. This 4-cylinder. And we'll get a new fuel filter. No, those aren't repaired. Whoops, I'm in the wrong store. Alright, let's get fuel filter on there, and that should pretty much complete our engine build. Alrighty then. We'll go ahead and fix up our front end on the MG. We can put the engine build back into a new, fresh, comfy home. Alright, let's fix up our front end. Do an inspection on this here just to see what kind of shape we're in. I think we're pretty much in the yellow. We got some orange parts, okay. Just to get a rough idea of what we got. We're pretty good shape for the most part. Yeah, not too bad at all. Alright. Get her pulled apart here and get her refurbished. Oh, it's got drum brakes on the front. Look at that. I don't remember. Hold on a minute. Did this have drum brakes on it here? I think this one had discs. Yeah, this one's got discs on it. So this, on a race version, it's got discs. So the standard one has drums on the front. Probably got them on the rear too. Yeah. So yeah, probably drum brakes all the way around. Talk about old school. Old school on that. Drum brakes on the front. Okay. Neat. So yeah, we haven't seen this in quite a while. I guess as far as in a lot of our car builds, they have the drum brakes on the front. I think the only other vehicle that we've had the drum brakes on the front, I think, is the pickup. I could be wrong on that. Don't hold me. Yeah, don't hold me. Don't shoot the messenger. But I think that's one of the cars, I guess, as far as that we know of, have that going on with it. Oh, we gotta get that end link off first. Get the tire off. All right, let's get that tire off. Got some pretty skinny wagon wheels on this guy. Definitely do believe we have other vehicles that have the drum brakes on the front, though. A lot of these parts are going to be repairable. Those are not. I know that much. Got lower control arm out. Okay, we need our tire on stuff out. Alright, let's get all this side out. And she's pretty clean for the most part. We're gonna make her even cleaner. Okay, so sway bar, don't forget that guy. Kind of hanging in the breeze there. So it is a right-hander. As first, we got the brake servo on that side. All right, let's go fix up what we can over here. So I got some drums that can be machined. Let's do that. Let's get that on the machine, on the lathe. While we're fixing up some parts. I still find it funny, I guess, as far as that the shoes are repairable. In reality, that's not really a thing. I mean, I have seen shoes repairable. Like, you can take the so as far as the shoe goes, the pad that's on it, I guess you could unrivet it and rivet on some new ones, but that would mean you could do pretty much the same thing with disc brakes too, which I don't know. I don't know about you. I guess as far as I just rather just get a new pair, have them manufactured, I guess, as far as properly. That's just my take on it. Okay, let's get this other drum. And let's see what else we need here. So, we got to take these apart. Whoa. That add to my list. Nope, we don't need that. Get that out of there. Let's go take these apart. They're in pretty good shape, I guess, as far as we want to get this all green. I mean, we don't have to, but I think that's the approach we're going to take. Because why not? Okay, so we'll get that drum off of there. Now we know the shoes were repaired. We only have 2 rubber bushings, so we need 4 rubber bushings in total, I guess, as far as for those lower control arms. So let's get those rubber bushings. 4 of those. We're gonna need some wheel bearings. I think here now. We don't need the caps, I don't think. We do need tie rod stuff. Get all the tie rod stuff. I think that's pretty much it. Pretty simple. I don't have a subframe on it. No subframe on this thing. So, steering rack is refurbished. Let's put our knuckles back on. Back and plate. Wheel hub, all refurbished. Yep, that's refurbished. Shoes are reconditioned. Noise. Okay, and we got our wheel bearing. We got that brand new one. And we do have a cap. Okay, so let's get the cap. Get 2 new caps. I wasn't sure if it had caps on it or not. So it is confirmed we have caps on it. Greaser up. Alright, there's that side. Lower control arm. We already got our new bushings. Oh, yep. I've got to get the parts for that yet. Alright. We'll get that. We got our new tie rod pieces. Cool. Yep, we'll have to get the parts for the shock assemblies. Wheel hub. Bearing. Packet full of grease. Cap that off. Cylinder. Shoes. Those are reconditioned. And our remachined drums. Cool. Lower control arm. New bushings. Well, you can see the lights, Christmas lights reflection in the drum. That's kind of cool. That's nifty. All right, let's get our tie rod stuff. Cool. And let's get these shock assemblies, I guess, as first put together. We got to buy some new parts for our shock assemblies. Get those from the store. 2 springs, 1 for each side, shock absorbers, and our caps. Get these put together. Gotta keep them put together. Yeah. I didn't do that, I guess, as far as for separating them. Slack in there. Alright, let's get these put in. Finish up this front end. So we got some engine-based stuff to do, like the radiator, charge the battery, all that good stuff. Okay, so we need our sway bar. That should finish up the bottom end of our front end anyway. Sway bar is not repairable, so we'll get that fixed up. And then we're going to need some new end links. Oh my goodness, what's happening here? Try that again. Oh, what happened there? Okay, so 2 of those. And tie that indoor strut. We gotta do some tires. We'll break those down. Fix up the rims. Alright, let's do that next. Yep, we'll get these rims polished up. Probably put some new rubber on the rims. The tree is looking really festive still. I got my stocking. I wonder if anything in my stocking. Moretto? Who's Moretto? I don't know who. You know, anybody know Moretto? No, I don't know Moretto. Fix up the rims. Okay, so there's that. Need some new tires. Let's go here. I need this size, 155, 70, 18. Okay, let's get 4 of them because we'll have that on all 4 corners. Let's go to the tire shop. So we need 155, 70, 18. We'll get 4. 18 inch. 155 wide and 70 on the sidewall. Man, breaking the bank is 4 of those. Only about $100 a tire. Raid say. Alright, let's go ahead and put these together. This would be for our front end. Must have the balance. There you go, we got some brand new rubbers on those refurbished rims. Let's put those back on. Super fancy looking tire would not want to clean these things though. Would not want to clean those. They're not the fun type of rims to clean. Okay, so that's pretty much good there. Well, let's do some work here in our engine bay. What do we got going on in the engine bay? Did we fix up any of the body panels? I don't think we did. Oh, I guess we did. Alright, we'll put that back on then. I guess we did do some body work on her yet. Alright, so we confirm here. No, so it's not 100% done, I guess, as far as, but we'll take a look at it in a bit. So, has the front end been? No, so we'll fix up the front end. That's part of the engine bay. Pretty neat how they did that too. I guess as far as that whole piece there. So it covers up a lot of the firewall there. So let's drain some fluids, get as far as we can get these items out. Okay, we'll get that refurbished. Let's see. Air filter. Look at how squished down the thread assemblies there. That's crazy. Make them fit. This is probably not going to be repairable, but I'll take that out of there. Let's drain out the radiator. I don't see an overflow. We just got the classic radiator. Okay, battery, we'll get that charged. Using relays, we'll get those fixed up and replaced. Oops, it's this way. Okay, gotcha. And there we go for that. And it does have an ECU on it? Interesting, okay. It does have an ECU. Not going to be repairable, but we'll see what we can do here. Up our servo. Clips. So it doesn't look like the air filter box is repairable, so we'll have to get a new one of those as well as a filter. Fuse panel's good to go. Nice. Okay, so let's get back here. So we need a new one of those. Charge that battery up. Get that charged. So we get a new air filter box. And of course we'll get a new filter. One thing at a time. First time chatter, I guess, as far as that's not really the thing you want to do, I guess, as far as coming your first time into there, but yeah, just a word of the wise. I know you might be new, I guess, as far as to this type of thing. Not the thing you want to do, I guess, as far as to come in somebody else's stream and promote yourself. I mean, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I know you meant well. But just a word of the wise. So we need a new air filter. Are you playing this game too there as well? Just out of curiosity. So if it is of the same game, I guess, as far as... sure, we can make sure getting the proper viewership over there. What are we working on over there? Let's see. So we did fix up our radiator. Yes, we did. Let's see. Servo is that is redone. Cool. We'll get that engine in here momentarily. So battery should be charged. Get that off the charger. Let's see, battery, let's put that in. You got a Hellcat with a Hemi, so I do assume it's probably Dodge DLC. We got a couple of Hellcats ourselves. We got a wide body. Oh, we're gonna get some new fuses and relays. Wide body and the standard Hellcat. Did I already get that on there? I don't think I did. Alright, let's get those from the, electronic shop. So we've got 5 of those little guys. Wait a minute, how many of these have we needed? So 3 of these. This will go, we'll start from the bottom and work our way up. So 1 of those. Need 2 of these. And 2 of these. 1 big guy. That's the big boy. Alright, let's put those in. Gonna go on all of our fuses and relays. Now, we'll probably end up keeping this. I'm not sure yet. We got the race one. This one only has like 50 horsepower. We might just fix this one up and sell it. Just wanted to get an idea of what kind of configs that were available for this mod car. Alright, put our cover on. Batteries in. Alright, so this one will probably need a new ECU. Yep, that was not repairable. Confirmed. Let's get ourselves a new one of those. Already in the electronic shop. Convenient. So I guess it's under the dash. Yeah, so that cover for the front end, I guess as far as goes, covers that. Let's go ahead and put that in. Wait a minute. Oh no, so how do we get the front end? Well, it's wanting me to put the front clamshell on. Okay, so I might have ooh. I don't remember having this problem on the race car. Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. So, I guess the question is, how do we get the front end on there? So, can we do it like this? Yeah, we can do it like this. So, yeah, the fact that we got this little lip on the front there, if you try to get it, it'll want to put the front clamshell back on, which would be the hood. We want to get this guy back in there. There we go. And we don't want to put the hood on there just yet, because we're going to get the engine in there. Cool, yeah, so this little cover here covers like the battery and the ECU. Pretty interesting. I think we can get this engine back in there now. Let's do that. Let's move that over to here. Let's slap this engine back in. 100% green. Alright, so let's see here. Engine is in. Let's get the bottom end fixed up there. Now we'll leave the drive shaft off because we still got the rear end to work on. You got everything else on the front end. It gets as far as pretty well fixed up. Pretty stubby transmission in comparison to what we put on our V8s. So we'll have to put... Ooh, forgot to put the exhaust manifold back in there. And I also forgot to put the fuel injectors in there. We'll have to deal with that. Knew I was going to forget something on that engine. I knew it. I felt it in my bones. Alright, let's go ahead and get... Wait, we got to put that pipe in first? What? Oh, I didn't put the... Hold on. We got the wires. Bugs. Why is it not letting me put... I guess we got to get this in first? That's interesting. Yeah, so I guess that's the reversed order. It gets as far as of exhaust. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, we don't work as many of these 4-cylinders just as far, so I guess I get a little bit spoiled. Yeah, we need a new one of those. Working on the V8s. Okay, let's get a new one of those from the store. Cool. Now we can work on the top end. Finish up that top end for the engine. Alrighty. And there's our top end there. Now we just got our rear end to work on. Let's do that next. Get this up in the air. Work on our rear end. Couple lugs, rusty lugs. We'll get that all fixed up. Yeah, this is a pretty clean car. It just needs a little bit of TLC, that's about all. Shock assembly. Well, not really an assembly per se, just shock. It's shocking, I know. Okay, let's get our rubber bushings out. Get the tire off. We already got new tires bought. I guess as far as for the rear, just got to fix up the rim. Pretty traditional rear end on this one here with the leaf spring. No springs, just the leaf springs. We'll have to get new shocks. Those are not repairable. Just taking mental notes as I dismantle it all. Let's get that off. Rubber bushing, so we'll need 4 new small rubber bushings or leaf springs. And there we go. Nice. As we get these fixed up. Oh, we do have some drums remachined. Get those remachined. I haven't broke anything yet. The fact that these parts are in such good condition does kind of help with that. So many parts you can fix. It's so good. Love to see it. Machine. All right, there we go. So we got our other drum here to machine, and we know the shoes are good. I'm gonna need 4 small rubber bushings for the leaf springs. Let's get those. I know I'm going to need some new shocks. Rear shocks, yep. I got 2 new shocks. And that should be pretty much it. Let's get this drum off of there. Put this rear end back together. Done together. Right now, over me. Shocks in there. Leaf springs. Okay, new bushings. Yeah, thinking we'll probably just end up selling this guy, I guess, as far as once we get it fixed up. And we'll probably keep the race car though. The race car configure this one. I think we'll probably keep that one. Pretty cool little car. Definitely appreciate the request. I guess as far as for that one there, available on the Steam Workshop. These types of car builds like this, it does give me inspiration for how we design our own cars. And I have been working on our Gen 2 Camaro, I guess, as far as in the off-stream. I just don't have a lot of things finalized. Don't have anything to show just yet. It's a work in progress, that's for sure. So I've been trying some things with getting, like... So we have the engines that we do to work with in the game. You know, for what the game provides, but the other thing I'm trying to do is change the look of it. So I look at cars like the Pontiac GTO, for example, and how it uses the default engines that we have available, but yet it dresses it up to make it look authentic, I guess, as far as to the GTO for that, you know, 1968, 69. So that's what I've been kind of playing with, I guess, as far as on Gen 2. Let's pull these tires apart. Alright, let's get these rims fixed up for this one here. We already got the new tires for these rims once we refurbish them and put on there, so we're ahead of the game there. Ooh, I slipped on that one. Alright, let's put these back together. Yep, already got those new tires. Must have the balance. Cool. Let's get our new refurbished rims and tires back on the rear end. So I don't know if I did. I think I didn't already redo that. That was in an effort to get the car running, I think. We'll check that fuel tank out here in a second. Fuel tank and pump. Nope, so that's a question mark on there, so that's just yellow. Alright, we'll have to get a new tank because we know that's not repairable. So let's get a new tank. You're welcome. Tank. And our fuel pump is repairable, so we'll get that repaired. Sweet, get that all in there. Fuel pump. And now let's get a look and see how we are doing on parts. 97%. Alright, so let's check our parts list and see what we did miss. What did we miss? I think I did forget to put the leaf spring plates. Gotta double check that. So we do still have some body parts we gotta do. Alright, so yeah, did I put the leaf spring plates on there? I did not. That's part of that 3%. Get this strapped on there. We don't want this rear end flopping around back here, so gotta keep it stable. That's that side, cool. That side's good, so what are we doing? How are we doing here? 99, so we're still missing something. What are we missing? So, this is all gonna be body parts. That's interior. I'm looking at all parts that are not 100% green. Mufflers. Yeah, we gotta do mufflers yet. Exhaust system. So we gotta do the rest of the exhaust system. Alright, let's get the rest of the exhaust system. Where'd at? Where'd at? Really? There we go. I knew it was there somewhere. So we already did this part. Yep, that one's already redone, so we're good there. Alright, so let's get some, so no catalytic converter on it. That middle muffler and the rear muffler. Okay, so let's get those replaced. Pretty good shape on what was there, but we're gonna totally refurbish it. Okay, what's their shape now? We got 100% in all parts. Beautiful. Okay, so that's good. We got some body parts still to work on. Let's get the rest of the body parts done. Yeah, let's get her all the way to the ground. We're pretty much good. Okay, so, yep. Let's fix up the rest of these body panels. Rear clamshell. Cool. Let's get our tail lights. Cool little cover that goes on that fuel tank. That's kind of neat. Like how they did that. That's all going to be interior. I think we already did this fender, didn't we? No, we didn't. Okay, hold on. I think this one we had to replace. I think that one we had to replace, if I remember right. Headlights. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh yeah, I remember having this problem with getting the license plate off of there. Place that grill. And I can't remember how I did that. I think I took off. Really, bro? Get out of there. Go ahead. Can't remember how I did that now. I think I took this off first and then. Nope, that wasn't it either. How did I do that? I forget now. There was a trick to that, I guess, as far as to get that license plate off of there. No, I didn't have to take that out. For real? Oh my goodness. Alright, let's lift this up. I'm trying to remember what we did, I guess, as far as to get that license plate off there. So we did change it on this one. Okay, that's being super silly. Okay, why does it not get out of the mode? That is weird. So yeah, it's only let me select the... That seems to be bugged out here for the moment. I know it wasn't that difficult as far as like that, but I do remember... Oh, there it is right there. Front bumper. Ta-da! Okay, let's go get these parts fixed up. That was interesting. John Von coming in there. Why did that not fire off? Hold on a minute. I'm gonna fix that right meow. So, how much longer did we stay up, I guess, as far as doing the satisfactions there, Jeff? I know you had a good 13 hours in, I guess, as far as I think when I passed out. Yeah, let me see here. Hold on a minute. So that was the... But you're definitely not late, and if you are late and you had the car trouble, you're in the right place. There we go. Let's do this one here.
You're late.
There we go. Make sure that's good for anybody else that wants to redeem that.
What kind of car trouble?
I believe it was the radiator.
A daggone radiator. We went for nearly 16. Good grief. So you probably got, in that amount of time, you probably got through phase 1 of project assembly, I'd imagine. Yeah, I guess you were going ham on that thing. I did find out what was possible causing the pixelation crap. Oh, the dithering. Yeah, it was only happening, I guess, as far as when you were in motion. So, good thing you got that figured out. Oh, we got a raffle. Get on that raffle, gets as far as all top. Oh, yeah. Hit it again. Cool. Alright, we got our body parts, gets as far as fixed up on our Roadster. Let's get this put back together. I don't think you know what? I just remember now. We got a windshield. We got mirrors. Almost forgot about those. Almost forgot. We got that door. Oh, so we did have some other parts yet. Oh, a little bit of head cam. A little bit of webcam action. You had HDR enabled in Windows. Streaming to Twitch or any service doesn't really like HDR. I gotta play ignorance on that one. I don't even know what that is. Is that high definition revolution? I don't know. At least you got it figured out. So we got a couple more parts here to fix up. Ooh, we got a double whammy of the webcam action. Nice. So what happened to my other door? I think I must have already fixed that one up. I already put that on. Oh, excuse me there, Crane. Yeah, I think I did get them both fixed up now. Let's get these back on. Oh yeah, we did fix one up already. There we go. Now we're good. So fenders, that was good. That fender's good. That car part's good. I like the way they did this one. This one's really, the way they made the use of the car parts. The car part numbers, I guess as far as to fancy it up. Pretty cool. Yeah, we can put that hood back on now. Ooh, Racer Batman playing with the crayons. We need a new windshield. Yeah, so the fact that this has all this going on with just the windshield, so it's not just the glass. It has the frame and all that stuff included with it, which is pretty wild how that's done. So, gotta go to this dude. Get our new windshield. See, it's got the frame and all that included with it. The top of the glass. And then this we fixed up. Yeah, so parts like this is kind of neat. Well, they redid this here for making those as a car part. Pretty cool. So this is the way they did the grill. See, I would have done it if this would have been me, and I understand the way they did this. I would have made this the front end, and probably this part here that is labeled as front end as a car part. That's the way I would have done it, but obviously it just goes to show the versatility that we have and how you can design your car. Put that front end back in. Headlights are repaired. Nice. So even the fact that it's got the parking light included with the headlight goes on the fender. That's pretty slick. Pretty slick. You went back and watched your satisfaction streams and noticed similar pixelization. Yeah, I've had that problem since the start, and I think this is something with that game. It is definitely something just with that game. I don't think mine was nearly as bad as yours, but for me at least anyway, it was like everything was blurred. It was like, you know how you put like a, you know, like you want to obscure, I guess, as far as something that you don't want people to see, like that type of thing. And I tried everything I could do on my end, I guess, as far as to kind of clean it up. But I think there are some optimization issues with Satisfactory in that regard. So I gotta put taillights on here. So you may not be able to get it completely resolved, I guess, as far as in that regard. Yeah, we're gonna put, this was originally from Georgia. Nice. We're gonna go to the plate shop and get some standard plates for it before we sell it. Let's see, let's do plates, and we'll do some standard plates. So we'll do 2. Yeah, we got one for the front. We need there too. Yeah. Let's slap those on. Get those standard dealer plates in there. We will still have some interior to deal with. There we go. So we should be 100%. We're only 98. What did we miss? What did we miss? So that's going to be interior. Rear bumper I missed. Okay, rear bumper we missed. Okay. Why is it not showing me rear bumper? Part mount. Hello? Where's that rear bumper at? I know I took it off. Let me see. Do I still have it? I don't think I have it. So there's the windshield. Okay, let me see if I can take it back off. Hello? Oh, I'm so confused. Okay, so it's telling me rear bumper. But why was that bad? Hold on. It should be red then. Hold on, let's do it this way. Whoops, hopefully you spelled it right. So it's not even showing a rear. What the? What's going on here? Let's try bumper. I don't have a bumper in my inventory, so is it still on there? What the heck, bro? Alright, let's take this back off. I think I remember taking it off. There's the taillights. There's the rear bumper. I must not have got that fixed. Okay, let's get that fixed up. Thought I had taken it off, but I did not. That's confirmed. Now we got it fixed up. Game stuff. You got a ton done. I'm ready to go find and build automated power. Yeah, so you did get through probably phase 1 of Project Assembly. So yeah, we were getting into like coal power and all that stuff. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. I'm curious to see how you... It can be challenging with getting the water to work properly with the coal burners. I know I had many a struggle with that, so hopefully it all works out for you. So we should be 100% on body. Nice. Now we just gotta do interior. Let's do some interiors. Get this all the way back on the ground. She's turning out pretty good. She's cleaning up. She's shining up like a brand new penny. He's going to make one big central plant. I think I'm going for distribution method. So by distribution method, what do you mean? For the power? Or for... So I know if I had to do it all over again, the approach that I would take, knowing what I know now, all those different nodes for like iron, copper, all that stuff that are spread out through all the different biomes, what I would do, and I've seen this done, there's plenty of other streamers and such that have done it, I would make a massive, I guess as far as train network, to pick up all those resources and put it into a centralized place. Where that would be, I don't know. That's still yet to be decided. But to put all those resources into one centralized place to be able to just distribute from that central place. Now, keeping in mind, there's a lot of terrain to navigate as far as elevation changes and so on and so forth. So, not that it wouldn't be impossible, I don't feel, though. Not that it would be impossible. So, I think that's what's kind of nice and cool, I guess, as far as with how that game is designed. It's pretty limitless. I mean, it is it does have its limits, don't get me wrong, but as far as what approach you take, I guess, as far as to get other things done, whether or not you follow the story for Project Assembly or not, it's pretty cool. Alright, so we need to do some interior. Let's do a dismantle. So we really only have... I never did quite figure out how this works here to be able to sit in the car. I don't know if this is a requirement 100% because there is the custom seat. All I do know is we can't sit in it by hitting on the steering wheel, which I've never figured that out myself, I guess, as far as how steering wheel can be used, I guess, as far as to sit in the car instead of the seat. So that one still kind of puzzles me a little bit how that works, because there's a couple of different vehicles at this point that we've come across. Wait, were those already brand new? Hold on, I want to double check that. I think those seats were already new. Nope, they were not. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. Okay, so let's do a Simbo. I think I already got that on the list. Okay, what do I have on the list yet? I'm gonna go to the interior shop. I do have the seats, so I need 2 of these and a steering wheel. That's pretty much it. It's pretty simple interior. Alright, let's get ourselves new steering wheel. Okay. Go back to the interior shop, grab one of those. And voila. Put those in. Yeah, so I wish I could understand. Kind of in a way I do get it, as far as you would have to put these in here that the game recognizes as a seat. If you're going to make a custom seat that the game doesn't provide, this is how the game knows. It's like, okay, this is going to allow you to sit in there, but the fact you got to hit the steering wheel to be able to sit in it, not the seat, that's still kind of weird to me. I don't know why that's a thing. I know I sound like a broken record, but it's just mind-boggling, I guess, as far as how that does work. Well, at each resource, I'm going ahead and smelting it. From there, I'll make the basic components to distribute. Okay. Well, what I can't decide is if I want to just move the smelted resources to a central factory. See, for me, and again, this would be my approach. If I was to redo it, I kind of see what you're talking about. I would take all the raw resources, as far as the copper, iron, limestone, all that stuff, and have it picked up by a train. Have different stations, I guess, as far as for the areas that the nodes exist. Have the train pick it up and have it just worldwide, I guess, as far as just one massive train thing, and have branches off that main train, I guess, as far as to deliver to a centralized point. So whether or not it be smack dab in the middle, I guess, as far as of all the biomes or what have you, and smelt and whatever, I guess, as far as from that centralized place, and then distribute from there. That would be my approach if I was to redo it again. But that's what's kind of nice with the way that game is designed. We're 100%. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta clean that out there. Let's detail it. That should get it to 100%. That should do it. So we'll go use, yes please. Had to shampoo it and all that good stuff. All right, let's get this out of the way. And let's confirm we should be at 100%. Ta-da! So we're 100% all the way around in that car. Now, let's get some lime and stuff. We need some fluids into it, too. I almost forgot. Let's get all the fluids into her. Oh, what's going on there, Zeus? I guess as far as over on the red side. I have always wanted to play this game, but have not really understood it. Like how to get all the parts and the exact ones I need. So, yeah, feel free to ask there, Zeus, I guess, as far as... we got a lot of knowledge in here, so if I don't know, there's somebody in here that probably does. But, don't feel free to ask us as far as if you have that. If you do have the game and you've started up and you're stuck, yeah, just feel free to ask. Most resources are better smelted on site, as they take up less space than once smelted. Is something I was thinking about too. Either trains or trucks. Yeah, trains. I've seen many of folks that have done their own builds and done like just one massive train network. The trucks, I'm not super duper thrilled about them, because for like one thing, and you'll come to find this out there, John, find if you do get to that point, you can't put like truck stops too close together if you want to have separate resources put into it. So just be aware of that. I came into that problem. So like if you want to put truck stops, you know, where the trucks will pick up the resources and what have you, if you have them too close together, the trucks will pick up the wrong thing, right? And they'll have mixed resources into the trucks and the stops. So you got to really space them out properly, I guess, as far as to make sure that doesn't happen. So yeah, they do have some, I wouldn't say flaws, I guess, as far as for the trucks, but there are those types of logistics you have to keep in mind. It's all fun though. This game is neat. Except I work on vehicles for a living. Yeah. It was saying use it mainly for coal. What was saying? I know I've used trucks, I guess, as far as for, you know, just as long as I keep it isolated to just one item. I've used it for like copper sheets and things like that. I haven't used it necessarily for coal delivery. I've done it for, I think it was silica delivery over in my eastern dune forest biome. You know, places like that. But you know, like I said, I definitely make sure the trucks are segregated enough so they're not going to interfere with each other. You know, and as far as to get, I've even had the problem, I guess, as far as with them becoming deadlocked because the paths are too close together. So that's another issue that you'll have with trucks. So just some things that I'm speaking from experience of what you may have to deal with if you do go the route with trucks. And you'll find out. You'll find out. So the one thing with trucks too, in comparison to like trains, with the trucks you have to create the path to which they're gonna drive, right? So you got to create the pathway for it. Whereas trains, you don't. You just set the rail down. I guess as far as, and that's the path. So there are pros and cons, I guess, as far as the different forms of transport. I saw there was some kind of void storage. Void storage. Do you have to make road? You don't have to. You absolutely don't have to. So I've got a couple different trucks on my playthrough, I guess, as far as that don't use roads at all. It just uses the natural terrain to create the path. I think it helps if you can make roads, because then sometimes you can get caught on landscaping, you know, as far as like if there's rocks in the way and things like that. I think it does help to have the road, you know, take foundations and build roads, I guess, as far as for the trucks. I think it works out better for them in the long run. But I do have a couple of examples of trucks on roads as opposed to just using terrain. So they're kind of useful in that regard if you don't necessarily want to put roads in. So did I get all the fluids in here? I think we did. So we got brake fluid. That we did have power steering, I think, too, did we not? It did have a pump. I don't think there. I think that was one thing I pointed out with this one here, that it does have a power steering pump, but there's no power steering reservoir. That I found kind of interesting. So that's one thing I feel this thing is missing as far as a power steering. I think it's both on the race trim and this one now. So yeah, it definitely is missing a power steering pump, or a reservoir, I should say, for the pump. All right, let's put our hood back on, and let's go ahead and make sure she runs. I'm gonna make sure she runs. Suicide doors. Yeah, see how you got the seat that's down here, right? You should be able to tap on that, but you got to hit the steering wheel to get into it. It's kind of weird how it works, but it does work. Let's go ahead and start her up. Did you tear down your power? No, absolutely not. I still have it. I don't need it anymore, quite frankly, but it is kind of a time capsule for what we did do with our biofuel. No, I still have it in the where I started there in the grassy fields. So you're in a little bit different area, maybe a little bit further north than where I've got my hub, as far as in grassy fields, but generally the same area. That was interesting to see how you were able to, you know, position yourself with the hub and all that stuff in that grassy fields. Okay, so it is run. I'm gonna get let's get alignment and all that stuff on this now. Get it over there. I'm thinking of enhancing mine and just having it around eat trees and leaves. Yeah, still, I don't even bother myself, I guess, as far as with that. I don't even need to feed it. I think it still has solid biofuel into it. So once I was able to get like the coal power going, I really didn't need that yeah, the biogrid anymore, which was kind of wild how that works. You know, that should be the progression of that. You advance, I guess, as far as to the next level of power generation. Oh yeah, she's a little out of whack. Let's get her less out of whack. Let's fix this little baby up. Let's rear end, and we've got the headlights to do. Cool. Alright, so there's that, and let's get the headlights. But yeah, good to see you, I guess, as far as you're having fun with that there. I kind of figured you would. I mean, it's got a little bit of everything. It's got building, you gotta do some logistics, you know, there's management, I guess, as far as to how you get productions running, how you feed it, where you get the resources from, how to get it there, you know, just, you know, part of the logistics. Got a little bit of everything. I still use some biofuel at the base. I made a basic crafting. There you go. So I was gonna mention, there's so much that you can that you should do, I guess, as far as off that, and maybe you've read in some of the guides, but one of the things that I was told when I first started out there is to create yourself a means to deal with the power shards, you know, the slugs. Set it up with sloops. I don't know if you found any summer sloops yet, That's those pink glowing things. Those come in handy, I guess, as far as for increasing the output for your production for a lot of things like power shards. And I can show you what I've got, I guess, as far as at some point if you need that that assistance. But that was one of the first things that I was suggesting, I guess, as far as to do, which I still have a lot of that. So not only for power shards with the slugs, but also for your animal protein. Once you get that researched, you want to be able to process that in there in the capsules. And what I've been using the DNA capsules for from those remains is for getting coupons in the awesome sink. There is end game things that you can use the DNA capsules for, as far as generating power and all that kind of stuff, but I haven't gotten into that. Haven't really gotten into that. So it's just kind of neat. Everything that is in the game has a purpose. There's hardly anything in there that doesn't have a purpose to some degree. So we need to get this over to the dyno, see if we can get this whopping 50 horsepower out of this engine. So yeah, let's get it over to the dyno now. Just a factory to manage that. Yeah, so kind of its own mini factory. So you'll have, there's 3 different types of slugs. You got your blue, your yellow, and your purple. And each one of them has a certain number of shards you can get out of it. So the blue is the lowest tier as far as the number of shards you can get out of it. Purple is your best one. I think you get 5 shards out of the purple. You get 3 out of the yellow, and you get 1 shard in the production, I guess, as far as out of the blue, if I remember right. So I'm just going by memory. But then you've got all your fauna remains, I guess, as far as the process, as far as your stingers, your hatchers, your spitters. I think that's, I forget if there's 3 or 4 of those, I guess, as far as you want to set those up, I guess, as far as much the same way as the slugs, to be able to process those. So yeah, you can do some research on that, or feel free to ask me, I guess, as far as how I did that. I can show you. Alright, so we're going to try and see, you know, this base power is whopping 50 horsepower out of this Roadster. Gets a little noisy in here, so watch your ears if you do got the volumes turned up. Did get all the base power out of that thing. So we're Class E 51. That's probably one of the lowest ratings we've gotten on a car. Kind of wild. We got a new gaming chair. Nice. Truck Games. What did we get? Yeah, what did we get? I got a pretty simple chair. It's more of a desk chair than it is anything, but it has no arms on it. Really comfy seat. And it does have a back, but I don't typically use it. I more or less just sit on the seat. So every once in a while I will find myself just kind of leaning back, I guess, as far as to kind of relax. But for the most part I don't use the back. G-Trace, I never heard of that brand. So yeah, we did get all the base horsepower out of this guy. I think we're ready to sell this thing. Let's move it back to the lift. Mine's from 2002. I need a new one. Just because it's 2002, I mean, if it's in good shape. Man, if I had to count how many different chairs that I've had, you know, just desk chairs in general, man, it's too many. It's too many. They just don't make them very solid anymore. They don't make them like they used to, you know? So we got a lot of yellow parts off this Roadster. Okay, so we'll be able to probably sell all that. I'm gonna scrap that dude out. So the approach I like to take is to sell all the yellow parts and scrap what isn't yellow. I only got it because the doctor said I need a better chair for my... Oh yeah, that's probably good reason. Good reason. My skinny butt needs more padding. Yeah, I do like the padding. Now, for me at least anyway, having too much padding, you know, you can have too much of a good thing. I've had I've had chairs, I guess, as far as to have too much padding to the point where you just get so like engulfed into it, if you will. You know, the more you sit into it, and I guess that's kind of the idea behind it, a good padded chair. But I think you can have too much. You know, so it's finding the right amount of padding, so it's just enough to comfort your backside, not be so much, I guess, as far as that it's just kind of engulfs your backside. Where's that orange seat? There it is. Scrap these out, and we'll sell the rest. Come on, big bonus. All right, cool. We'll just sell the rest of it. Yeah, feel free to share photos of it. We got the general media there in the Discord there, Truck Games. Feel free to share your new game chair. True, it makes it hurt also. Yeah, so I think, yeah, having too much padding, like the firmness of it, I guess as far as can definitely cause some discomfort, I guess as far as over time. Yeah, but this chair that I got right now, it's been solid. It's kind of a hybrid of the memory foam and just standard polyfill. So it's got a nice balance, I guess, as far as not being too firm, but just squishy enough so when you sit down, and I mean, I can sit on this thing for hours, and I have. So yeah, I think this one will probably last me a while, I hope. Oh, you sent them into gaming equipment? Yeah, what is a gaming chair? Nice. So let's take a look and see what you did get there. Let me make sure I don't have the D-scores up. Let's do this. You put it in the gaming equipment? Yeah, so the fact that it is a gaming chair, I guess that's appropriate. Let's see what you did get here. Let's switch this over. Oh man, I redid all my scenes, so give me a second. Been kind of revamping some of my scenes to allow for some new games we're considering as far as to add to the stream. Let's see if this works. Alright, don't adjust your screen. There we go. So what did Truck Games get there? So Hunter? I guess I assume this one's here. So this is your new... Oh, so it's got the lumbar on it. That's kind of cool. So is that removable? Is that lumbar removable? I know the headrest probably is. I hate the term gaming tied to everything. It usually means overpriced. You're not wrong there, John Von. Not wrong. So the lumbar and that pillow are removable. That's super nice. So it's even got the foot stand on it too. That's fancy. That's a fancy one there. I don't have anything that fancy. So yeah, it's got the so it's retractable on the foot stand. That's pretty cool. I don't even want to know how much you paid for that. Hopefully you got a good deal on it. So that's the box it came in. Yeah, that's a pretty nice chair, I'll have to admit. Okay, I'm gonna see if this does this. I need to fix this with the white fuzz. I definitely need to fix that. Give me a second. There we go. All right, we're back. You didn't pay for it. You got it for Christmas. Oh, that's good. So yeah, let somebody else. You let Santa pay for it for you. There you go. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. All right, let's get out of this. This down. Cool. Nice. Okay, so yeah, we did get. I would sell all these parts. Let's do that. Boop. Inventory's cleared, and this car is ready to be sold. We did get our dyno. We did no tuning onto it. We did get all the base whopping 50 horsepower out of it, and we made, holy smokes. Yeah, so this is the big difference between that standard config and this one here. It's worth a lot more than the race car. So let me do some comparisons here. I guess not. Take that back. So this is our race car. I guess as far as it's worth that much, and our standard one is worth this much. So it's about half as much, roughly. 236. A lot of the parts that we were able to just refurbish on this thing, so pretty cool mod car build with this deal. 275, so marginally more worth more, I guess, as far as on the race car than this one. Cool comparison. Yeah, fun car to work on. So we're gonna go ahead and sell it. Once we're done with it, we're gonna keep the race car though. I think we're gonna keep that one. Let's go ahead and sell it. Now we did already get the achievement, I guess, as far as for selling car, I guess, as far as it's 100% restored. Really, the only achievement that we got left is to buy a car from the salon. And I haven't really decided which car we want to buy. You're chilling in it right now? Nice. I'd be chilling in that that recliner. Yeah, there was I saw that recliner in the background too. Yeah, the brown chair. Yeah, I noticed that too. That chair, that recliner seemed pretty comfy as well. We're all admiring, I guess, as far as the seating arrangements you got over there. Alright, so we do have a Pontiac GTO to work on. I think I'm going to pull this guy out next. This one's really well done, and it's given me a lot of ideas for how we redesign, I guess, as far as slightly, I guess, as far as in our Gen 2 Camaro. I'm going to pull this one out. Alright, that should have put that on the lift. This thing is really nice done. So it's a carbon fiber body on it. So it does kind of play a trick on your eyes there a little bit. This is a carbon body, yeah, carbon fiber body on it. It does have that library for it. It's your mom's chair. She doesn't let anyone sit in it. You miss your recliner? I used to sleep in that thing. So you don't have a recliner anymore? Until it broke and it tried to eat you? Oh my god. That's funny. So you don't have a recliner anymore there, John Von? Yeah, look at the way they did this. This is... Oh my god, I can't even say enough about this one, sir. So what they did with all the accessories, I guess, as far as into the engine bay, they did that as a engine cover. So in comparison to this car, we saw it just as a car part. This one they did it as an engine cover, which is a separate deal that the game does recognize as that, right? We've seen this on the Subaru, have it as a car part instead of an engine cover. So there's so many different ways, I guess, as far as you can use the car part names that the game provides and apply it to the car build. I like the way they did this one. So if you take this off here, it has the default battery, right? But the cover actually gives it that look over that factory battery, that default battery, to make it give it that old school look. That's pretty slick. So it's using like the default parts that the game provides to dress it up, I guess, as far as to make it look you know, more authentic. I'm gonna put it back on here. So just to kind of show you, this whole part here is the engine cover. Look what's going on with that, as far as to make that look more authentic. This is what I would like to do in a similar fashion for the Gen 2 Camaro. You know, not exactly the same, but the same idea behind that, to dress it up that way. So they even did this overflow container, I guess, as far as, so you got the base one, I guess, as far as for the overflow, but this is more authentic because it had that yellow. You don't really have one in game, I guess, as far as like that. Now, what would have been even cooler is if they would have taken this and designed that over top of, just like they did the battery. But I think the fact that you have the fluids that you deal with for that container, that's probably why they did it the way they did. So this is just a really cool idea, I guess, as far as what they did. They even put the hinges in here. Now, we've seen it both ways, I guess, as far as with how put hinges are designed, where they tend to be one full piece that's attached to the hood and gives it that look, I guess, as far as it being like. This one, they just kept them collapsed within the engine bay, which is a pretty cool approach too. Just really slick the way this one's done. I think also I took note of how things like the fuse panel. Let's see if I can get to it. So the fuse panel, yeah, like I said, if I can get to it, is underneath the dash, I think, on this one. Nope, it's actually over here on this side. Okay. So they didn't do that, I guess, at first, but I think the way the GTOs were done were on the firewall like this. So on the Camaros, the Gen 2 Camaros, they had it under the dash. like this behind the firewall. So yeah, you can see how simplistic, I guess, as far as my engine bay is here for the Gen 2. If we were to apply a similar type of engine cover like we do on the GTO, man, it'd be so slick. You do have an old couch I'm thinking of tossing out and just buying bean bags, call it a day. I mean, if you don't use them a lot, that can make sense. One of those is wiper fluid. It could be. But I think what they did try to do here is try to mimic, I guess, as far as the old school overflow for the radiator, which had that yellow, you know, tint to it, I guess, as far as back in the day. And I can imagine, I guess, as far as because you have to interact with this one here by default with the fluid, that probably got in the way, I guess, as far as being able to build it over top of that. I think that was the idea. So this one, yeah, you could probably consider that to be a windshield washer fluid. Could be. And I think, actually, now that you say that, I think they did put, let me see here, they did put that over the windshield washer fluid. They did actually do that. Now that you say that, I didn't even notice that till now. So yeah, they've got that built over top of that, that default. Now, again, it comes down, oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. Turn that off. It does come down to, I wonder how this allows us to interact. So we can going that way. Okay, so it does actually work. That's pretty cool. I like that a lot. So even if we wanted to, we could take this off, and we can get at it that way too. That's, oh man, that's just so slick. I like it. I just like to know, I haven't figured it out yet, and this is probably what's really stumping me, how they get these parts to line up so perfect with, you know, the in-game parts. Because you really don't have the ability to have the in-game parts outside of the game to be able to put those in the proper position. So the fact that it has all of that going on to make the engine cover, you know, the color to the engine, I guess, as far as look authentic to the Pontiacs, which had that seafoam green, for most of you that know. I think that's what the approach they were trying to go with this. Not to mention the air cleaner, the way that works. Even the battery, as far as that to look like the old school battery. They have the terminals, the terminal. That's just, I can't. This is just. I want to do this to the Gen 2, so bad. Anyway, so this car is in pretty good shape all the way around. It was a 5-star at the auction. I'll probably mention that. We are in a hole a little bit with it, but we're going to try and fix this up here and get it out of the hole. And we're going to try and get it out of the hole. So with it being a 5-star, it totally does run. I don't know for sure if this TOC on here, so this was pretty standard, I guess, as far as on the GTOs. You had the TOC on the hood. I don't know if it works, or let alone if the one on the dash does work. That'd be pretty cool if it did, but not terrible if it didn't. Yeah, look at how authentic this looks. I mean, if you were to sit inside, I guess, as far as an actual Pontiac GTO, this is what it would look like. And I've been trying to figure out, look at how well they did the carpet, I guess, as far as on this one here. That's another thing I've been trying to figure out on the Gen 2 to get that looking that way. So yeah, just doing some comparisons here for a second. Now I do have that applied to the floor of this car, but it doesn't show it nearly the same way. So I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing wrong, I guess, as far as to disallow that. This is going to give you some comparison of why this is still considered a work in progress with our build. So I want to get the Camaro badge, I guess, as far as on the glove box. I still got that to do. So yeah, just some really minor things. This is our standard one, I guess, as far as that's got the lower end engine. No spoiler on the back in comparison to our SS, and we still got the Z28, which I do have that one still in our project garage. Who did it? So this one's done by, I forget who did this one. It's not by me. I don't take credit for it, but I will give them 100% kudos. So this one was originally from, where's this from? Oh, Chechnya. I think that's Chechnya. I don't know how you pronounce that, but yeah, really well done. Now, in as far as the in-game cars that are in there, we have what's called the TBX, which is the game developer's version of the same car. Now, I would like to be able to get a TBX, an in-game TBX, and compare this one. We have done that before, just as far as even with our own Gen 2, because we do have that available by default, right? So, we'd like to make those comparisons. All done in game? No. So this is the way the cars are designed. You have to 3D model it, right? Those are 3D model outside of the game, but you use the naming conventions that the game provides to be able to build the engine in game. So you could put this in and once you have the car built outside the game, right? You put it in the editor and you create your configurations, I guess, as far as for different types of engine swaps and things like that. How do they do it? Modding or else? Yeah, it's all. So most of it is depending on which one. Like I've done some with 3D Studio Max. Blender seems to be Blender or Maya, I guess, as far as seems to be the two choice modeling programs, I guess, as far as to use on these types of things. So yeah, this is how we did our Gen 2. This is how we did this one as far as in Blender. Obviously, there's more work that's been done on the body than anything else as far as I want to get a lot of the bead rolling and just the finished look, I guess, as far as like the engine bay, even the trunk. I want to be able to do this up a little bit better. So this is a very simple trunk, nothing fancy. I want to get the fender wells, I guess, as far as into the trunk, much the same. So if you look at the GTO, for example, it'll give you a comparison. Look at how well that's done, nice and clean. This one does not have the fender wells into it, I guess, as far as, but just depending on the type of car, sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. Yeah, this is pretty slick. I've even seen cars where they have the 6x9s, the deck mount, the rear deck mount for the speakers. They do that. Some do it as just a static piece. Some of them do it as a removable car part, which is kind of a neat idea. So the underbody is all green and it's got the carbon body. Oh wow, we gotta hold on. So the ends on this spoiler are kind of funky. I don't know if that's meant to be that way. A little bit of texturing issue, I guess, as far as on the end of the spoiler for the trunk, but otherwise not bad at all. This is a really well done car. Yeah, so many submenus. That's one thing that does bug me about Blender, is just there's so many things that are nested within menus. It's just like, how do you get to it? Some of the more simpler tasks that I'm used to in 3D Studio Max, a lot of it is nested. Bugs the living crap out of me. I guess that's my only other excuse as to why I don't have more done on my Gen 2 here. I'd probably have a lot more done with it if I didn't have the frustration with nested menus in Blender. So one of the latest things that we did do on here that I'm still working on and fine-tuning is the cowl induction, I guess, as far as hood on the SS. It's not perfect, I guess, as far as we still got some refinements, but we previously did the cutout for the supercharged engine on this version of the SS, the drag SS. And like I said, we do have the Z28 trim, I guess, as far as that's still in our project garage, that allows for the different vendor badges and such, I guess, as far as to pick all that. But yeah, we got standard, I guess, as far as it doesn't have as much going on with it as far as flare. You get into the SS, I guess, as far as it has the cowl induction, the drag that has the cutout for the supercharged engine, to include the spoiler and no spoiler. So yeah, we've been trying a lot of different things with that. The customization is crazy, kind of like Satisfactory. You got to customize the crap out of Blender, which is but also the worst point. Yeah, so I've seen there's actually some folks, the ones that are more experienced with the Blender, they've created like what would you call, like a saved preference, I guess, as far as, so if you want to have a certain layout for the Blender, you can install those, I guess, as far as, so that when you go into there, it's going to have all the menus that you need to do whatever task that you want to do, that you're privy to. It's just figuring all that out, I guess, as far as to get that starting workflow. It's almost got too much into it. Yeah, it's both pretty robust, but also a detriment at the same time in that regard. Okay, so I think what we're gonna do, take a look here. So we are in the hole, like we said. Let's fix up some body panels onto it. It's got the carbon fiber panels. Now we've taken a look at it a little bit. So our inventory was already clear. Look at the way they did the front end on that one there. That's pretty slick too. I did. Wow. So the way we did our front end, just for comparison, we only did that for the grill. So you can change out grills. This is just the plain grill. This one's the SS. I do also have one made up for the Z28. To have the badging onto that. So that's the way we did our front end. Yep. But the way they did their front end, let's look at this one again here really quick. This is where I get a lot of inspiration for stuff, for how we design our own. Let's go ahead and put that back on. They're gonna let me do it. So there's our front end. So it includes even that front clip, but they had some other stuff in there too. So it also had something on all the stuff on the firewall. Oh wow. Okay, hold on a minute. So this curve here that dresses up the front of the firewall, that's pretty freaking slick. Okay, so let me pull this off again, I'll show you. So it's got not only this front nose piece, but also this firewall onto the front end. Look at how they did that. That is freaking super. That's slick right there. Oh my goodness. That makes me want to get so much more in our Gen 2. Forces you to learn different things. I hated it at first. That's my other flaw with that too. There's just so many things that are in there. It's like I don't need to know how to do one thing to get to what I need, if that makes sense. You know, I shouldn't have to leapfrog as far as something I don't really need to use to get to something that I do need. That's one thing that drives me nuts with Blender too. Just give me the things that I need to get to and not have to leapfrog and nest, you know, go through nested menus to get to it. There's another raffle. Still kind of do, but it's good for 3D modeling. I mean, yes and no. I have to agree and disagree, I guess, as far as with how it's designed. I think that if they were to make different versions of Blender, so like if you just want to do simple modding in comparison to, say, more advanced modeling, maybe that should be something they should focus on instead of just throwing everything to include a kitchen sink into one application. I think it's just, quite honestly, it's just too much for one application to have all the nested menus. That's just my personal take on it, anyway. I just wish they would redesign it to have a more simplistic version. That would be super nice. I'd be all for that. So most of the things that I need for what we do for stuff like car mechanic, it's much more simplified. Much more simplified. Builds out, that's all part of the... Wait, what is this? Hold on. So they got the body as a car part? Oh, you gotta be freaking kidding me. I am freaking blown away right now. So you can actually take the whole car body off this thing. And then it has a frame. That is freaking amazing. So instead of doing the separate quarter panels onto that, you can take the whole stinking body off this thing. That is freaking nuts. But also cool at the same time. So there's our seats. So are these custom? Nope. So those are just default seats that the game provides, as well as a steering wheel, I think. Let's see here. I think the steering wheel is custom. Let's see here. No, I don't want to do that. Dang it. Got it. I want to do a disassemble. Just really quick. Here, disassemble. Okay, so it is the TBX. So I was talking about the TBX earlier, I guess, as far as, so they're using the TBX. That's a default game part, as well as default seats. I'm still just mind blown over the fact that you can take that whole body off this thing. That is cool. So let's go back to normal. Man, look at how they lined up all this stuff here for like the shocks are mounted. I use that term loosely, I guess, as far as to the frame. That is stinking cool. So I'm assuming they don't have, oh, they do have a subframe in there that the game provides underneath the engine. I like this one a lot. This is super stinking cool. Let's put this up on the lift. I'm super duper geeky about this one right now. So yeah, it does use an in-game subframe to apply to custom frame. Wow. That's part of the engine blocks. That's part of the engine cover. I mean, this looks pretty legit, you have to say. This is a part of... That's that engine cover. We're going to take that off. Look at all that... The dress up that they got on that. Oh my god, that's so cool. I want to know how they did that. So the only way I can see possible to get that lined up as perfectly as that is, you'd have to have these car parts outside the game. And I have not figured out how to do that. So this one's got a more modern leaf spring suspension onto it. I don't remember if that's how the... I'm assuming that's what the GTO had as opposed to transversal leaf springs. But man, that's cool. Alright, so I guess let's go fix up some of these body panels. So we got our hood, fenders. So really the only body quarter panels that we had on were the front fenders. Everything else is just the whole body. So I'm gonna see if we if that allows us to repair that. There's the front end. There's our mirrors, doors. This is one thing I do like about mod cars. Is it does give us the ability on the mod cars to be able to repair taillights and headlights. Whereas on a lot of the default cars that we know of, it doesn't let you do that. It does not let you do that. This thing's pretty well designed. There's our engine cover. I don't see the body in here. Oh, here it is right there. That's car part 1. This is the whole body right there. That is wild. I'm digging it. That kind of gives me an idea for how we do our Gen 2 then. The way this one's done. To have a bare frame like that. So the way we've got this one here, so the majority of the body is just one part, but it's not... You can't do anything like it with you can with this GTO. Man, that just opens up a whole different ball of... Whoa. It gives me so many ideas right now. But like I said, the one obstacle that I'll see as far as how to get this lined up so well with the in-game parts, like the rear axle and subframe and all that good stuff. This is so well lined up. I like it. Okay, so we got our body parts figured out there. So what condition would the frame in? Pretty good shape, but we'll probably weld that just to get it 100%. We'll do that for sure. So as we've come to find, whatever part of the body that you still have onto the frame, that allows, I guess, as far as for it to get damaged, if you will, show wear. But that might be the only difference with this one here, as far as like not allowing that to show like damage to it. So there's pros and cons, I think, to doing it the way they did this GTO. As far as the car body all is one car part, possibly. I'd have to see a GTO, I guess, as far as it has a little bit more damage onto the body to really make a fair assessment on that. I think I'm gonna leave that off for now. Actually, I'm just working on it this way. This is pretty cool. Let's go ahead and drain the oil. Just while we're at it. So look at how well this. So normally you would have. I don't know if that was just something that they left out intentionally. You would normally have a pocket right here on the side of the frame to be able to allow for jack and or lift. So the fact that they line that up pretty much where that pocket would be off the frame, that's pretty stinking cool. I mean, they've got this pretty well lined up to just about everything that the game provides by default. That's pretty neat. Pretty legit. Alright, let's drain the oil out of this thing. We know it does run, but we want to get that engine to 100%. That's what we want to do. Oil's in pretty good shape. I would expect that, I guess, as far as the 5-star from the auction. Alright, engine out. Let's go ahead and dismantle the bottom end here so we can get this engine pulled. We'll get that fixed up. Start her out. Now, some of you might be cringing a little bit. It's like, why even messing with it? Just leave it alone. I don't know. We've done so many of the 100% restos. I just get into that mode of fixing it 100, get it fixed up 100%. Kind of in that mode. So this one does have, what kind of engine did we say had? 1 carb OHV. Neat. So not just the OHV, which we've come to find is the better engine. So out of all the OHV engines, the old school OHV engines, the OHV is the one with the most horsepower, which would be what we got in our SS. So this one here has the more horsepower as far as single carb OHVs, and the 1 carb and the 2 carb do not. So this one does have the 1 carb, similar to our GTO, which you can see here. This one has 300. We did configure this a little bit differently, but same idea. This one has more horsepower on that engine. So even by default, without even reconfiguring it, that'll have that. So this one's probably got a good 300 horsepower, 248 by default. But you can put all these, so you can put an inline 4 into this thing. That's crazy. I think a lot of these swaps are probably not legit. So we've come to find, I guess, as far as in what we've designed it, if you're going to put like V8s in here, you're not going to be able to put inline 4s and have that be in the proper position, I guess, as far as for the engine and such. Kind of interesting that they are in here, though. So I would have expected this engine, I guess, as far as I have a little bit more horsepower in comparison to how we've got our design. So we've gone by realistic specs on the standard Camaro, Gen 2 Camaro, to have 300 horsepower on a V8. That's what we did here. That's kind of what I would have expected with the Pontiac GTO. Apparently it does not. And I would assume, with the way this person designed it, that's realistic. I don't know, I haven't checked the specs on it, but apparently that's what this one's depicting. Okay, so anyway, let's go ahead and get this engine out of here. We got everything out of there to be able to pull the engine out. Let's get her pulled. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave all that stuff off there. Work on the parts. Pretty legit. Now, the way we did our car, again, just for comparison, we allow for the whole front clamshell to come off. So the whole front end, hood separate and the grill separate. But yeah, we allow for the whole front end to come off, and the body still remains. The rest of the body still remains. So this one's this next level as far as how that one's designed. That's just super neat. Get our crane. We'll get that engine pulled. I did not expect this to be designed this way. That's for sure. But I am digging it quite a lot. So yeah, I think we'll probably be in the market, I guess, as far as to find an in-game Chieftain. I think I forget what the brand is. I guess as far as TBX, which is the game's version, I guess, as far as of the same car. Closely related. So we got the engine pulled. Let's get this on the stand. We'll get that one fixed up. Now we don't have any of these built, I don't think, as far as a 1 carb. Let's see what we do have built. Check our so let's go back to warehouse 1. Check and see what engines we do have built. Whoops. Get that out of there. There we go. So everything we have in warehouse 1. Do we have we have a 2-carb. We have two carbs actually, so we could put this 2-carb into our yeah, we can do that. Let's pull this out. We can put the 2-carb. That should be a nice swap into this guy. So we can totally put the 2-carb OHV in there. Yeah, I'm gonna totally just ignore all these inline 4s, inline 6s, because I don't think those are meant to be on there. So I don't know for sure if the Chieftain TBX, I guess as far as has those same swaps, if they would have used the same configuration to start with on this one, or I'm not sure. Good question. So yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll put that 2-carb into this thing. I think that's what we'll do. Let's fix up our front end. We can put that new engine in there. I think we got a game plan. So we got 248 horsepower off that 1-carb that we got on the engine stand. We'll see what we get out of the 2-carb, which should be a little bit more. Have a little bit more horsepower. We'll put it in there and we'll check it out. No, they don't have those swaps. Yeah, I didn't think they did. But yeah, probably just to confirm, we'll probably find ourselves a TBX and find that. I don't know why they left those in there. I know I've done that myself, I guess, as far as with our own build. You know, I use the roulette, yeah, whatever the in-game version of the Gen 2 Camaro is, that one as a base, so that I knew I had the same type of swaps. So, yeah. That's the approach I take anyway. Man, this is a really clean car. We're gonna get her 100% though. She deserves it. She definitely deserves it. It's given me some motivation, I will say, I guess, as far as to get back to designing our Gen 2. I'm definitely gonna start digging in a little bit harder, I guess, as far as into how they're getting those custom car parts lined up so well. Definitely want to get that figured out. Now I know this game is built in Unity, an older Unity engine, and there probably is like an asset extractor. I don't doubt it. It's just a matter of figuring out how that works. I have done a little bit with Unity, I guess, as far as in that regard, especially with games like House Flipper. So I know a little bit about how that works, but it's not a perfect science, if you will. It's not the easiest thing necessarily. You know, the game developer wants to protect some of its design, for example. They don't want that to be manipulated all that much. And that's understandable. Very understandable. But like one thing I'd love to be able to do is like take cars like this and just be able to reverse engineer just to understand how it was done. That would be my only reason, as far as just for learning purposes, just to kind of understand how that was done. You can see what's remaining of the frame, but it does utilize, I guess, as far as the in-game subframes, as we just demonstrated. Pretty cool. I like it. More immersive in that regard. So that machine, let's go fix up what parts we got here on our front end. Yeah, so many parts that are in the green and the yellow. We hardly have any parts that are orange, which is not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. Alright, there's the subframe. We got another rotor machine. Got some shock assemblies to dismantle. all kinds of stuff going on. So let's do. Go back to this store. We'll get ourselves some new brake pads. This will be for our front end. Need some wheel bearings. So we'll get 2 of those, and we'll get some caps for that as well. Cool. Alright, so our rotors are done. Did I pull the battery out? I don't think I did yet. Nope. So we do need to pull these fellas apart. Gotta keep them separated. Separate. So we'll get some new shock assembly parts here. That guy, and don't forget the cap. Now they are green, I guess, as far as we're not 100%. It's the only reason why I'm not gonna redo them. Okay, so let's go to here. We've got these on our shop. 2 springs, 2 shocks. We'll probably be able to sell a lot of these parts that we're replacing off of this GTO. Make some money off of that. Okay, so let's put these new ones together. Okay, so there's our shock assemblies. We do need, so we got the double wishbone suspension, we got the subframe, so that means we're going to need 12 rubber bushings for this setup. Let's get 12 new rubber bushings. Standard dozen. And then we need some tie rod stuff. Already got the wheel bearings, so we got tie rod stuff. And then we got end links and sway bar. Okay, we'll get those as we get to that point. Let's put this all back together. Subframe. Oh, okay, steering rack, we'll go with that. Where's the subframe? Subframe. Put our new bushings in there. Get this front end all redone. Oh yeah, one thing we'll have going for us on this one is we already got an engine built that we can swap out on that. That's super cool. Okay, so we'll get our knuckles in. Tie rods, yep, got those all brand new. Plate, iron steering, so we got our backing plate. All refurbished. Those our wheel hub. Newly machined rotors. New pads. Calipers. All refurbished. Got our wheel bearing. Brand new. Pack that full of grease, cap it off. Ooh, alright, so let's get our lower control arm. Refurbished with some new bushings. Shock assembly, those are all brand new. Cool. Upper control arm. Refurbished with some new bushings. Awesome. So it is ready for tire, but I do want to get sway bar in here. Get a new front sway bar. Those are not repairable. Get a new one. End link. Also, same thing. Not repairable, so we get some new ones. So get 2 new ones of those, ones for each side. Sweet. And then... oh goodness, get me over here. Why you be like that? There we go. So there's our knuckle. Back plate. Okay, shock assembly. Upper control arm. Refurbished with some new bushings. Looking better already. So wheel hub. New wheel bearing. Pack that full of grease, cap that one off. Newly machined rotor. New pads. Reconditioned caliper. Okay, let's get some tie rods, tie in the steering. Cool. Got the tie rod in there, so we'll deal with these tires next. Deal with the tires. Pull these apart, get some new rubbers on them. Gotta polish up the rims. Really good shape on these. That just looks wild that way. I think this is the way all the cars should be. Be able to pull the body right off of it like that. That would be super cool. Fix up these rims. Alright, we're gonna get some new tires for these refurbished rims. So let's go here. We need, these are for the front. 225 60 15 inchers. Let's put that on the list. Go to the tire shop. Get ourselves some tires. 225 60 15. So 15 inchers, 2 of them. What did I say? 225? 225 60 on the sidewall. We're gonna go with that size. These are for the fronts. Did I get that right? Yep. Deal. So 225 wide on the front. Probably the same on the rear. Don't think they're staggered. Oh, they are staggered. So 255, just slightly wider on the rear. Slightly wider. Okay, so we'll make sure we'll get a different size for the rear. A little bit thicker meats in the back. Must have the balance. Alright, so we'll get these back on the front end. So we do got some engine bay stuff here to do. Kind of some preliminaries there in the engine bay. Get that fixed up before we slap our swapped engine out. There we go. Okay, let's get her down. Let's get some stuff done here in the engine bay. Alright, so we're going to want to get, let's drain some coolants for some fluids. These reservoirs look in good shape, but yeah, definitely not 100%. We're going to pull these out. So it's got a more modern radiator to it. So it does have the engine fan off that old school engine, I guess, as far as, so no need for a fan, electric fan in there, but you could, totally could. Okay, so we'll charge up the battery. There's the power steering reservoir. Let's go ahead and drain that one out. Get the cherry juice out of there. Okay, and then we got our brake servo. Let's drain that out. We'll fix that servo up. This is in a matter of getting everything to 100%, that's all. A little bit of TLC, so our fuse box. If I end up getting new fuse and relays, should be able to fix up this fuse panel though. Beautiful. So let's get this one drained. Yeah, she might look good, but she's not 100%. That's all we know. Alright, so let's get fixed up what we can get fixed up. So the radiator, brake servo, and our fuse panel. Everything else we'll have to replace. Wait, let's get those back in. So let's charge this battery. Wait a minute. Is that already charged? Guess it was. So let's go back to here. Where's our battery at? Yep, she's good to go. Nice. Very good, very nice. Alright, let's go ahead and put these back together. So, radiator's refurbished. Battery is charged. Servo is refurbished. Cool. And we're going to need a couple of new reservoirs. Get those on the list. Go back to this store. Coolant reservoir. Windshield washers. Oh, bug juice. So we did already notice, I guess, as far as they had, yeah, they already had the, custom, I guess, as far as look over the, bug wash container, which is kind of cool. Yeah, so I must have one of my LED lights that going out there, I guess, as far as it just dimmed on me. That's not good. So we need to get some new fusion relays. Could be that wind too. That wind is hollowing. That wind is a hollowing out there. So let's go to the electronics store for those. So we need one of those. Two of these. You need one of those. One of those. And two of those. Two of these. Oh, these are the big boys, yep. Two of the bigger relays. Yeah, let's get those in there. Yeah, we did. I'm putting these in here, I'm making sure they're all 100% because I know we did have some green ones in the mix. Definitely want to get the new ones in there. That's all refurbished, that's good to go. So I got our power steering reservoir. Where's that at? Right there. Let's get that going. Go back to this store to get that cherry juice container. Cool. That's pretty much all the preliminaries on the engine bay. So we do have that engine already picked out. Let's get our crane over here and get it slapped in. More engine there, I guess, as far as it just needs. It's like, oh, what about me? We'll fix you up. Don't worry. We'll get to it. So let's install this one here. It's 100% green build for our 2-carb OHV. There she is. Let's button up the bottom end. We got our gearboxes all refurbished. Starters refurbished. Okay, we're gonna leave the drive shaft off. We still got the rear end to work on. We'll get our down pipes placed there on this end. So we'll go 2 new ones of those. Get all the brand new exhaust. Whee! Yes, exactly. We're getting there. So front end's mostly done. Gonna leave that drive shaft off. We're gonna work on the rear end next. Work on this rear end. So we already determined that the tires in the rear are a little bit wider than the front. I'm surprised you aren't a little bit more wired there, John Von. Said you did 16 hours, I guess, as far as got through phase 1 and satisfactory. Ooh, yes, we got the disc brakes here in the front. Nice. We got the more high performance suspension on this GTO. Now, the approach that we took on our Gen 2, and it's holds true, I guess, as far as the way the Gen 2 Camaro was. We had the drums on the rear. But definitely the option, I guess, as far as to be able to put, you know, a customized rear end, I guess, as far as on one of our trims for the Gen 2 Camaro. Absolutely. You need to do more. You got the itch now, right? You got the fix it itch. It does get very addicting as far as like when you figure out, I guess, as far as an approach you can take to something. You want to see if you can apply it. In a lot of cases, whatever idea that you come up with is usually you can achieve it. It may not be exactly the way that you might envisioned it, but it usually does work out. You say, I wonder if I can do this, right? Put down a game plan as far as what you want to try and try to apply it. In a lot of cases, you'll be surprised as far as like, oh my god, I can't believe that's possible. So another thing you'll come to find there too, I know I did, I guess, as far as later in the run for the gameplay there, John Von, is you'll want to consider going vertical with your builds instead of going linear with your factory designs, because you're going to run out of space quick. There's plenty of room to go upwards, but you're limited, I guess, as far as linear, in a linear fashion. Not that you still can't go linear, but you'll definitely come to find pretty quickly it's like I need to go up instead of flat. You will find that. Did you tear down the bow? No, I did not. I thought we already discussed that. And what do you do with wood and stuff now? So there are some things that we still need. So like if you want to make liquid biofuel, and to make the solid biofuel, you still need leaves and wood. I've got a setup for doing filters, so you'll need those eventually too, I guess, as far as the filters to tackle, I guess, as far as like radiation. You'll get the hazmat suit eventually, so you will need, I guess, as far as leaves, wood, and what's called mycelia, which you may not have found yet, to be able to process that into filters. So there is still use, I guess, as far as for that stuff. So yeah, definitely maintain, I guess, as far as to keep gathering that stuff, even if you do have to store it, because you will need it later. You will need it later. Let's pull all this out too. Yeah, really good shape in the parts, but yeah, they're not 100%. Just trying to figure out how to build columns and such to go up. So you do have foundations, right? My common practices, I guess, as far as to be able to go vertical, get it at certain levels. Now you can do it with any foundation, but the 4-meter blocks, the big thick blocks, I guess, as far as are the best ones I feel to go for. Go vertical to get the proper, story that you want to create, I guess, as far as for another level for production. So you can change the way you place down your foundations by pressing R. That'll allow, I guess, as far as for you being able to go vertical as opposed to zoop it. You should have that option. I don't know if you have to unlock that, I can't remember. So you may or may not have those unlocked yet. So when you try to place down a foundation, use your R key, I guess, as far as to either zoop it or go vertical. That'll allow you, I guess, as far as different orientations for stuff like that. Let's get these parts fixed up that we got for the rear end. Well, what supports them? Or they just float. So that's where you'll get into, like I was talking before, with the coupons that you get from the sink. You can get things from the Awesome Shop, which you have to place the Awesome Shop down to be able to buy you columns and things like that. Those are all from the Awesome Shop, which you'll need coupons that you acquire from the Awesome Sink. So there are certain things that you may not be to that point yet. I know what I ended up doing for the sink is I just found a node for something, for as early as you're starting out, and just sink it all. Don't even use it to produce anything. Just sink it, and that'll produce you some coupons that you can use in the Awesome Shop. You can always tear it down later, but just to get you something producing you coupons from the Awesome Sink, so that you can use them in the Awesome Shop. But you can buy stuff like architectural aspects, I guess, as far as for building. I know I was like late game, I guess, as far as getting into the Awesome Shop stuff, but Yeah, you can either put 1 or 2 resources and just set it up on a node. You know, set it up on a, you know, just a miner, and have it just dump it right into the sink. For starters, at least, anyway. What do you put in the sink? You can put many parts into the sink. There are some things that are not you can't dump, but pretty much all the default resources like iron ore, copper, and all that stuff, you can do that. So because you're so early into it, the way it works with the sink, as far as the more of one thing that you put in there, you tend to get less over time. The more you put in of that one resource you put in there. So as you progress through your stages, you're going to want to dump more of the newer stuff that you come across, so that you get more coupons. So yeah, that's just the progression of the way the sink works. You'll find that out pretty quickly, I guess, as far as how it works, as far as once you put one down. Yo, we got Farmer Guy coming in, I guess, as far as how we doing there, Farmer Guy? Right, we're getting her done, indeed. Does it ever stop giving you stuff? What is it that you mean, I guess, as far as John Vaughn, as far as what stop you giving stuff? Yay! Yeah, see, Farmer Guy comes in here, he's got a little aggression out. So don't mind Farmer Guy. Hope your day's off to a good start there, Farmer Guy.
You can do it!
We're trying. So we need to get some brake pads. Let's do that. We do have the disc brakes in the back. We'll get some new brake pads for that. I don't think we need wheel bearings. Yeah, we're working on the rear end, so I forget. I didn't keep track of what we needed there. I'll admit. So let's machine that, dude. I need...
On the road again.
I need 2 rubber bushings. Oh, so the coupon? No, it'll only stop you giving you coupons as long as it doesn't have anything being fed into the sink, right? And you can put several different sinks in different areas. So you can put more than one sink down in different areas, and you can sink different resources, so you can maintain constantly getting yourself coupons, right? I'm good, thank you, sir. Good to hear there, Farm Guy. We did catch a little bit of Farm Guy playthrough of Out of War. You were doing some Out of War, I guess, as far as last night with Dead Soul and that. I guess as far as that's pretty cool. You got me. I got the bug now, I guess, as far as for doing that stuff there in Out of War. I wonder if I can take the poor nodes and sync those. So like the impure nodes, you could. Yeah. So like any impure nodes that you have of like copper, iron, limestone, stuff like that. You can even merge that. Like you can, like if you've got several of those nodes in one area, right? You can put a miner on those and merge it into a sink. It doesn't matter because as far as into the sink doesn't care. I guess as far as if you merge it all. It'll just calculate that up, I guess, as far as, oh, you're putting this in me, I guess, as far as, well, here you go, here's a coupon. But you have to gather over time. Like I said, the more you put of one resource in there, it's going to force you to, you have to put more of something else. You won't get as much. So over time, and you'll see that once you put one down. Alright, so, lost my train of thought. Did I get my rubber bushings? So what do we got on the agenda today there, Farmer Guy, for your day? While we're on that subject, I did get... I don't think I did get the rubber bushing. Alright, let's go put this rear end together and see what I didn't miss on here yet. So we did get this all refurbished. Some of it. Knuckles. There, backing plates. It will take a long time because it doesn't give you much for all, but you make parts. You're right. So Farm Guy knows a little bit too about the satisfactors there too. You got 2 jobs to go. Coming home and then I'm off until Ooh, got a nice break. Cool. Super cool, Farm Guy. If I have all the impure resources going into a sink, Yeah, you can do that. That's a good way to start there, Jonathan. Now, it doesn't matter as far as the sink is concerned. There's no hierarchy, I guess, as far as for what purity, I guess, as far as the resource is. What it looks at as far as what type of resource you're putting in there and how much it's received over time, as to whether or not how it calculates, you know, how many coupons it'll give you, right? So, like I said, as you progress, you're gonna find you're gonna want to dump the newer resources that you find. Oh, must still have that on the lathe. I forgot to pull it off the lathe. Whoopsie. You also can make the animal meat into... Yes, I did mention that as far as taking the DNA, I guess, as far as to make that. That'll give you a crap ton of coupons if you get to that point, yes. It might have been you, Farming Guide, I guess, as far as that it suggested me to do that. So I do have that still set up, I guess, as far as for all the different fauna. To be able to process their remains into the DNA capsules. And then when you dump those DNA capsules into the sink, holy smokes, you get some coupons. So the approach that I've been taking with the DNA capsules, I let them build up in the storage container off that production for the animal remains. And then I dump them in all at once, and man, do I get a crap ton of coupons. I don't even know how many coupons I got at this point. I got a lot. So from just different things, though, not just the fauna. And I think that's what's the beauty of having the sink, as far as like what you can get coupons, and then you can buy all kinds of really cool stuff in the Awesome Shop. Okay, so these, yep, we need to replace those caps. Let's get two new ones of those. So yeah, hopefully the day goes by quick for you there, farm guys, so you can get on your vacation. Is there a passive farm for the fauna? There's a passive setting, if that's what you mean. I don't know what you mean by a farm. But yeah, if you want to make the fauna less aggressive, there's a setting. Yeah, there's a setting for that there. I think that's what you meant there, John Van. I bet you can't wait. Okay, so let's get 2 new shocks. Do that. Alright, let's get some new shocks in here. Don't think I did get those rubber bushings for those leaf control arms. We'll get that. Getting the items from the fauna passively without having to pick chopper. Nope. Nope. You gotta kill them. That's the only way you can get the remains to kill them. Right, so there's no way to just get that. Yeah. So unfortunately, you do have to be aggressive in that regard, I guess, as far as to get that. We need 2 new rubber bushings for these control arms. Okay. Nice. Okay, so yeah, we'll break those tires down here in a minute. Let's get this strapped onto the axle housing. There we go. There's that side. Let's get this side. That arm back in there. That's all refurbished. We got a new bushing. Got so many green parts in there. It's very easy, I guess, as far as for me to put the wrong part in there. Trying to pay attention. Let's see here. So we can put our drive shaft in back now. Now that we've got the rear end done. Cool. Alright, so looks like we're to the point we can deal with the tires. Pull those apart. We'll get some polish up the rims, and we'll get some new rubber for them. Keep them separated. Yeah, so if you got any questions down about all, like, Pharma Guy's really one. Now he does what's considered the Satisfactory Plus. He does have a modded version, I guess, as far as of the Satisfactory. A little bit more complex, but it's still pretty cool. But I guess as far as to get yourself used to, you know, just the default mechanics of the game, it might help you appreciate, I guess, as far as the modded version of it. I think, you know, quite honestly for myself, and I've said this before, so I'll say it again, I think the vanilla, you know, what the game has to offer vanilla, I guess as far as is pretty solid. But yeah, that Satisfactory Plus, as far as the modded Satisfactory, is pretty cool too. We need this one here, the 255s. Oh, wait a minute. Why am I missing a tire? Oh, it's right here. Whew, that scared me for a second. Thought maybe I put the wrong tire on. So yeah, we want to get these wider ones. So the only thing that's different is just the width. Everything else is the same. Let's go to the tire shop. This one. Yep. So let's do. Need 2 for the rear, 15-inch, and we only need them to be 255, a little bit wider. Awesome. All right, let's get those on our refurbished rims. I'm thinking of modding our Minecraft though, to give the villages jobs. Like, yeah. So you've got a little bit more experience, I guess, as far as with that to know, you know, to mod that at this point. Just kind of add a little more interesting. I'm not saying at all, I guess, as far as I want to eventually try that Satisfactory Plus. It is interesting. The fact that it does allow you to farm. I don't know if it's the same way of like with the fauna or whatever, I guess, as far as, but it does allow you to plant things, I guess, as far as you can grow things that you need for productions. I've seen that with Farmer Guys playthrough with that Satisfactory Plus, so it does have some cool aspects to it, all in that. But I would do that as a totally separate thing from vanilla. Okay, so let's balance this guy. Must have the balance. So think civilization. You are the mayor running a town. Yeah, I can envision that. I don't want it to take away from the base game. Add it to the so that's always been my biggest thing with so like with this game, I'll use this game as an example. The fact that it adds what's called the quality of life mod, it doesn't really change, you know, the overall dynamics of the game itself. It just adds to it, I guess, as far as to make it more enjoyable. But it doesn't completely redesign, I guess, as far as the main mechanics of the game. So that's always been my thing, I guess, as far as with the way mods can manipulate certain stuff like that. We got our rims refurbished. Guess we can get that back on the back end. There we go. Got them all balanced. Let's get them on there. There we go. These are pretty legit style rims, I guess, as far as too for that Pontiac. Maybe not exactly the same, but pretty darn close. There's a lot of things built in this game that they couldn't make it 100% authentic, you know, due to licensing and all that stuff. But I think they've done a pretty darn good job. So we're gonna need to get a new fuel tank, not refurbishable. Okay, let's go ahead. Oh, my LED light just, yeah, it must have an LED light that's going out. Keeps going dim on me. Hate when that happens. Let's do fuel tank. We gotta go to the right store, that's for sure. And we already did fix up the fuel pump, so we're good there. We'll have exhaust to finish up. Yeah. So let's do no catalytic converters on this one's got turbo resonators. So let's get a couple new ones of those. What I like to consider turbo resonators. That's what cars like that had back in the day, is no catalytic converters, with turbo resonators. Alright, so let's get 2 new rear mufflers. And that's our exhaust. Okay, so we should be good to go on parts. Frame, we still gotta weld it, so we're 100% on parts. Still gotta get the body parts back on there. And we need to weld that frame. Never did do that yet. Alright, let's get her back on the ground. She cleaned up pretty nice. Get her all the way down. How low can you go? Okay, let's weld the frame. This is the way to do it, I feel. I think this is the way all cars in this game should be designed, as far as to have a frame off restoration. That'd be freaking cool. Alright, let's go ahead and weld it. 50 to weld it? That's super low. I think that's the lowest we've seen to be able to weld up. Holy mackerel. That's super low. Okay. Get that out of the way. So our frame should be 100%. Parts are 100%. Let's get our body parts back in there. So we'll put our body back on. Oh, that's the hood. Hold on. I want the body. Give me the body. So for the fact that they made that, so I wonder if that was part of the approach to get as far as to make that a carbon bar. I guess I want to find one that doesn't have a carbon fiber body. That'd be wild. So this one, what trim is this guy? Stock V8. So I got to see what other trims that there are of this car. This is the first one that we found in the auction, so we just grabbed it. Yo, Super Mario coming in. It's just an engine on wheels. The madness of it all, isn't it though? Our front end back in. Front bumper. How's it been going there, Super Mario? Hope the wait, did I put that in there? What did that take out of there? I'm hearing it. Okay, something's not right there. Not sure what that took out. It was like, is that the front end or what was that? Hold on a second. What did I take out there? I pulled something out of there, but put it back in, I guess. I'm just making sure. Put our engine cover back in. This is just wild. I want to do this so bad, I guess, as far as for Gen 2. I mean, look at that. Look at how nice that dresses that up there. That's just so slick. You just been chilling, band stuff, work. Nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that at all. At least you've been keeping yourself busy. Okay, so what other parts do we have? So we got things like mirrors. And we gotta get some new glass. Trunk. All carbon fiber. Look at that. Awesome. Rear bumper. Okay, we need to get some new glass. Oh wow, what has this got in here? What is that attached to the window? The heck is that? Hold on a second. Must be something to dress up the yeah, I'm just making an observation here real quick. So let's do this. Put that on the list. Need to go to this one here. And that's weird. Okay, hold on. Where's our GTO? There's our GTO. Okay, so that should be this window. I'm trying to figure out what that is right there underneath all that. That's kind of wild. Go ahead and buy that. Slap her in. That's pretty cool. Look at all that. Dresses that up. That is so slick. It's got the molding in there and such. Get our windows. Obviously these we cannot repair, so obviously we got to replace them. Cool. I'm digging this car. I'm digging it something fierce. So it's a 69 GTO. So the approach we took for our doors under Gen 2, again, I'm just making some comparison here. We have a door frame around the window, right? Now I notice this GTO does not have that. It just has the window, right? So it just gives me some ideas as to whether or not I should redesign this door and not have a frame around it, because in all reality, I guess, as far as even the Gen 2 Camaro did not have a frame per se, I guess, as far as around the window. It's just the window that goes into the door. But where it seals is right around on the body frame. That might be something I'll have to redesign. That might be something I'll have to redesign. I gotta add that to the list. Alright, so we need a windshield. Get ourselves a new windshield. And also, this one here has the wipers and the chrome molding as far as built into it. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I think that is all the body parts. 92% on the bodies. What did we miss? Check our parts list. So this is all going to be... So I guess it's just going to be the license plates. This is all interior. Yeah, so I guess this is going to be license plates. Let's get some plates for it. And I'm thinking we're definitely going to keep this one. So what we'll do is we'll get some Michigan plates for it. Go to the plate shop. Let's get some Michigan plates for it. And we'll just get some standard ones. You get one for the front and back. There we go. Slap those in there. Nice. And this should get our body to 100%. Yeah, we did. So we're 100% and all that. Sweet. Now we just got to work on interior. I guess I did already pull that all out there. I guess as far as see what we had going on there. So let's do an assemble. Get some new seats. Steering wheel. So I guess it doesn't it doesn't have a back seat, or does it have a static back seat? But this one does have a. Well, that's part of the rear window. That's what they put in there. I see. That's pretty slick. So they made the rear bench seat, I guess, as far as that's part of the window. So the way we did it on ours, it just made it a static custom back seat. So it's not removable or anything, just the buckets are. Two front buckets are. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. Anyway, so let's go to the interior shop and buy ourselves a new interior. So we got 2 new bucket seats for the front. And uses that TBX. This is what's provided by the game. So this is what I find pretty fascinating as far as being able to utilize what the game can provide by default and just mesh that in, I guess, as far as with your custom parts. Pretty great. Alright, so now our interior should be 100%. Looks like we got to detail that a little bit. No problem. So we'll get our detailing kit. And detail her up. We should get that interior to 100%. Whoop, get that out of the way. And just to confirm, we're 100% all the way around. Let's get some fluids into her. Get all the juices into her. We might have to take that engine cover back off to be able to do that. Maybe not. Alright, cool. Put some motor honey back into her. So it does still give you access to the interactable parts to put the fluids into it, beyond the engine cover, which is kind of cool. I dig it. I can dig it. Whoa, easy there, killer. We got adequate motor honey. Do some cherry juice into this one. Where's my looking glass? There should be. So, how far along have we gotten there, Markio, I guess, as far as with the band stuff? Sure, you probably got some new compilations you've already been working on. We've had a lot of stuff that we're trying to figure out with the channel here, I guess, as far as for the new year. Definitely considering 1 or 2 games, I guess, as far as we're going to be added into the mix coming into the new year. So we'll probably definitely still be keeping games like this one in the mix. I'm really hoping, I guess, as far as for the next rendition to come out. You know they're working on it. You know they're working on it. We'll definitely be all over on it. All over it too. Yo, Oz coming in, I guess.
How goes rocking the J-Rock Nation?
Hell yeah, we're doing pretty good here, Oz. I hope your holiday went good. Appreciate you dropping in with the biddies. And we're doing just fantastic here, Oz. Oh, and I missed the 7 days to die too. I feel I'm the worst viewer as far as that. So I guess you were doing some 7 days or 7 ways to cry, as you like to put it. I missed it. So when did we do that there, Oz? I guess as far as if you're still so what did we miss in here? I think we got all the fluids into her. Okay, let's make sure she runs. She's 100% all the way around. Always 7 ways to cry. Your cheek's been nice. Yeah, so that's one of the things you deal with, I guess, as far as in 7 days to die. Also knows 7 ways to cry. We should officially get it renamed. I think. Let's see if she runs. She's a runner. She's a runner. Okay, cool. So we got that much done. And she cleaned up pretty nice. Let's go ahead and get this over to test path so we can get some alignments done. Listen to that baby purr, isn't it nice? It's got a. So I don't know if there's other trims on this one. This is the first one that we found from the auction. It has a carbon fiber body, and the fact that you can take the whole body off of this thing and have just the frame. That's the first one I've seen of this. For this game at least anyway, so it gives me a whole lot of ideas for how we design our own car, that's for sure. I might have to rethink how we would design that car. So I've taken the approach to use a lot of the common naming conventions that the game provides, but this car here is on a whole nother level in a good way. Okay, so we got suspensions less out of whack. Let's do some headlights. We got to get it over to the dyno and see if we get all that base horsepower out of it too. We did swap it with a new engine from stock. So the stock engine was only getting 248 horse. We got to dyno this puppy, I guess, as far as to see what we get out of it. Hopefully it's more than that. Let me see. Now that we got this new engine in here, it's showing 282. So that's definitely an improvement from the stock engine, which is only 248. Yeah, let's make sure we get all that base horsepower taken over to the dyno. Now, word of caution, for those of you that have the earbuds in, or you got the volumes turned up, it gets a little noisy in here. So, that's your fair warning. See if we get all this base horsepower. You want to talk about listen to that baby purr? Oh yeah, so we got all that base horsepower out of it. You know what we got to do now, I guess, as far as we got to take this over to the drag strip and have some fun with it. Got her all dynoed up. Let's see what she can do at the strip. Alright, so let me just double check some things before we head on over there. Okay, so that's good there. Ooh. I've been rearranging some things here, I guess as far as stream setup, I guess as far as some things may or may not work, so kind of a work in progress there. So let's go ahead on over to the drag strip and have some fun with this guy. Here we go. Nice. So we're going to take our 69 Pontiac GTO. We're in the Class D 176. Okay. So again, no performance parts to it. Man, it just looks so good. I would definitely like to try and get that livery onto it, I guess, as far as they have the judge on it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I need to do some research on this, but I think commonly that decal, I guess, as far as it's put on the rear quarter, not necessarily on the front. I guess as far as historically. So I don't know if there is a version, I guess, as far as to put it on the rear quarter. But in any case, we're gonna go to the quarter mile. Ooh, we got a SS Nova to go up against here. So this is the much beefier engine, I guess, as far as in comparison, as we've come to find. This one actually has more horsepower by default. No tuning. So this ought to be a really good matchup. Old school versus old school. Let's see if we can beat this SS Nova. That's a solid matchup right there. Okay, here we go. Oh, yep, it did get us. I was trying to pay attention, I guess, as far as to see if the tachometer on the hood actually worked. I don't think it's meant to work, but it is the fact that it's there. I think that's pretty cool. So I kind of expected this type of outcome because we know out of all the engines that we've out of all the cars that we've put that engine into, that is the better one of all the overhead valve engines. Is that one right there. So doesn't surprise me. I'm not even mad about it. Super cool race though. Let's see what else we got. Alright, Chrysler 300. This one's only got the V6 in it. Should be able to smoke that thing. Let's give it a shot. So it is a more modern V6. Dual overhead cam. She's got about a 5,500 red line. Totally beat that guy. Kind of expected that with it being a modern V6. What else we got? We got a Nissan Skyline, another. That's an inline 6. Got some slicks on it, no tuning. Just by the numbers there, we should be able to beat this one too. I think that the best matchup that we've had is right off that very first one we had with that Nova SS. Solid. Wow. Made an example out of that Nissan, didn't we? Ooh, so there's our Z28. This is one of our own configs. Our own designs here for our Gen 2. That's a Z28. Now, by default, this has 350 horsepower with no tuning. So, again, by the numbers, the fact that we got, what do we say, 282? By the numbers, I guess as far as this one should beat us. And it's got that same engine as that Nova SS, I guess as far as, so I do not be surprised, I guess, as far as if this one does beat us. See what we can do. Wait for it. There it is. That's kind of the result I expected. Much the same as the Nova. And that's solid right there, because we know that that engine is much more stout than what we've got. And the fact that it is higher rating too. Solid. Yeah, I'm liking. So just at the base level for this car, it's performing the way we expected based on the horsepower that we got. Definitely leaves room for improvement, I guess, as far as to be able to add some performance to it. But we got a V8 Q car, so it's the same engine. We got an off-road Ford F100, no tuning. That's an interesting matchup. So it's got the same engine, different vehicle. That's about it. Let's see what the off-road F100 can do. We were able to beat it. That's a pretty good race there too. Pretty tight. I like it tight like that. That's what she said. Oh my god. I just want to beat it because this thing is just ugly looking. So this is part of the China DLC, I guess, as far as for this car. It's got a V6 dual overhead cam. So it's basically, I think it's an inline 6-cylinder. I don't think it's a V. That is a V6. Okay. I've never worked on that one, so I can't say too much. I don't know if that engine configuration is only for that China DLC. I'm not sure. Actually, that thing was keeping up with this better than I thought it would. Here, it's still revving in the background. Okay, so let's do one more. So this one here is out of the police DLC, I believe. I'm gonna try it anyway. It's got some slicks on it. Let's see what you got there, big buddy. You got me intrigued. Yeah, I think this one here, if I remember right, I guess as far as it's from the police station, which we don't have. But the fact that it does allow to race against it in the drag DLC, that's pretty awesome. Ooh, got that 5,500 RB red line. We didn't even miss in the shift. We sure did. Wow, we smoked that thing. So it's probably just the fact that it's a pretty heavy vehicle, even though it's got the bigger motor. But that's kind of that ratio. All right, I think we're good here. We're gonna head this back, and let's see what else we got there. So we're not done yet here, folks. Having a pretty good time. I guess as far as we already worked on that MG Roadster. Fixed up the Pontiac GTO. I would like to find a default TBX to see if we can compare with this GTO. I would also like to see what kind of liveries that we can get on this GTO. I don't know if it necessarily will take away the carbon fiber to it if we were to paint it. So let's go take it over to the paint shop real quick. Let's see what we got here. Paint. Alright, let's see what we got on this thing. So the factory color, so it takes away, hold on. Is that a livery? There's the carbon fiber, so that is that is a livery. So we do have some colored carbon, that's cool. Oh, that's slick. Oh, I kind of dig that right there. Got a little bit of material, I guess, is for, I don't know if that's meant to be like that. I think it might be this texture there. Kind of dig that right there. That's slick. I think I'm gonna go with this now. I wanted to see if it had the thing there for the yeah, I don't know about that one. What is going on here? City towing? Well, that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. That's one thing I have not done on our Gen 2 Camaro is to create some specialized libraries like this. This one's a test. Not sure what's up with that one. Whoa, 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 whoa. Trying to load that one. Go back. So this is a Judge Black. Where to put the Judge? Oh, right there. On the spoiler. I've seen it done that way too. And you got Judge White. I guess that's just anywhere else is putting it. See, I've never seen it, the Judge on the front quarter panel like that. I have seen it on the rear though. I don't know if that's, I assume that's probably legit. It's got that really ornate side marker, I guess, as far as the Pontiacs did have. Some really good badging on this. So this one's the Judge No Strip. What does that mean? Wait a minute, go back here for a second. I don't know what the difference is. This one says no stripe. Not sure what that's doing. Okay, so that's one there. And then we got none. So apparently it does not have one where it just got the Judge on here. Just on the front panel. Front and on the rear spoiler, I should say, too. So I think I'm gonna go with this right here. That carbon fiber look. That's kind of sexy to me. Let's do that. Obviously, we don't have the Judge badge, I guess, as far as on any of the carbon fiber. So the only ones we have are give it a second. So we only got this one, which just says it's black, and then we got a white. I don't see any difference in it. Oh, wait a minute. Is it putting something on here too? Hold on a second. Oh, I see. It's putting that right on here on the. So what's the one with no stripe? Very subtle. Okay, so that one just doesn't have the badge on here, but you can have the Judge there. That's pretty cool. Got those different libraries onto this one. So you can have the verbiage on the hood or not, I guess, as far as with the Judge. Okay, so I think we're good. We're gonna go with this scheme here. He turned out pretty good. This looks more like a Buick, a root beer. Yeah, they had this type of color, I guess, as far as for the Buick Skylark back in the same year. That's another car, I guess, as far as it would be kind of cool to have, I guess, as far as that Buick Skylark of this same generation. Now, let's get this back over to here. And I think what we're going to try and do is see if we can find ourselves a Chieftain TBX, which is the games version of this same type of car. I think most of these parts here, we're just going to sell them. I don't think we really have anything to scrap. Yep, we're just going to sell it all. Boop. Now, we still have that engine from that car on the stand, so we want to keep that in mind. But otherwise, our inventory is clear. So, let me see if we've got parking. Yeah, we do got room. I got to put the Subaru somewhere. Put the Subaru somewhere. Let's go, let's move this to... Let's find a home for it. So this is our project garage. We don't want it sitting in our car project garage. I think I'll put it in here with the Supras. That's good company there for that Subaru. Trying to remember where I put the, where did I put my Nissan? Where's all my, oh, there's all the Nissans right there. So that's already used up along with our Mazdas. Got so many cars. Yeah, I think that's a good spot for that. Alright, so we got room in our project garage. We still got that Z28 we can work on, but I think for the time being, we're going to see if we can find a TBX. Yep, I think that's what we'll do. So we'll put this one in the, put this in the parking garage. Swap that around. Find a home for that one. Oh, Roadster is pretty cool. Let's swap it over to, well, it is a race deal. Leave that open. Let's put it next to the Beetle here. That sounds good. Put it next to the Bugs. Okay, now we got room here. I guess as far as I think what we'll do is we'll check out a salvage auction. See if we can find this TBX. Let's see if we can find this TBX. I have to do a couple of round robins, and just usually how it goes is thrill of the hunt. Okay, so we got the straight six of that. We're looking for the Chieftain TBX. So we got this one, that one we're looking for. There's a McLaren. Come on, give me a TBX. There's a 442. Let me get so lucky. The Herbie. Nope. So no TBX in the salvage auction at least. Let's check out the regular auction. Another Nova. There's a TBX. No. This is a GTO. This is stock. So we already have one of these. Let's see what this one looks like. This is the one we have for a GTO is a stock V8. See what this one's got. This is a 3-star. Ooh, yeah, she needs a little bit of help on the body. Don't care for the color. A little too loud. Yeah, so she's in pretty rough shape. So this one has the Judge with the stripe on it, as far as the ram here. Yeah, this color is just way too loud for this car. Interesting, though. So let's continue to look for a TBX. So the fact that this one looks pretty similar to the default in-game TBX. Oh, we got a drag one. 4-star. Let's check this drag trim. Ooh. Ooh, me likey. Oh, look at that custom wing on it, too. It's got the wheelie bar. Oh, this is slick. Look at this bad boy. Let me look at the... Well, let me look at that. Let's go this way. Look at the big meats on the back of that sucker. So yeah, we got the side pipes. Oh, I'm digging this one. So this is a massive column induction. So we did the one that's more low profile on our Camaro SS. Obviously, this is a drag. Holy mackerel, look at how nice that looks. So this one's got a little bit different car part 1. Put on that battery. See how it does that? So it's only doing that right there. That's slick. I want to be able to do something like that. That's 2 different configurations of that. Might have to see if we can get this one. Kind of swaps. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, see, it's got the same swaps in there, so I don't think that was meant to be done that way. A lot of these swaps are not going to be legit. You could probably put them in there for sure, but they're not going to look right. Definitely not going to look right. So this one being a 4-star should run. If she runs. Wow, they even did the interior, I guess, as far as... Look at this oh my goodness. Okay, why doesn't it let me in here? Oh, it's got a roll cage. So we had this problem with the... which car was it that had the roll cage in it? But the fact that this probably all has a collision to it, the only way we can actually sit in is to take the roll cage out. I think it was the Subaru. I think of it. Our WRX STI. We have to take the roll cage out so we can actually sit in it. But I think that's the same problem with this one. One of the only downsides, I guess, as far as putting a roll cage into there, not being able to sit into it. See if maybe it has a certain spot there. But what I'm noticing on here is it's a custom dash for being a drag version. Tubbed out in the back. Nope, still got the back seat. I think this would have looked even cooler if they would have tubbed out the back end as far as to take the back seat out. That would have been pretty sick. So it does have, hold on, can we open the trunk? Oh, check that out. So it's got the racing fuel tank. That's actually a part of the front end. And then a NOS bottle. That's pretty cool, I like it. This is cool. I'm gonna have to see if we can get this guy. Yo, what's going on there? You got some questions? What's the questions you got? We'll try and help. So it actually has a hole right here in the hood scoop too. Neat. We're gonna see if we can get this guy. 30,000 is the estimated. Got a feeling it'll go over. I wasn't able to sit in it to actually see if it starts, but I think it's because of that roll cage. Oh, we got a lot of bidders on this one. Nope, not getting it that easy. Okay, it's definitely gonna go over. Yep, she went over. How much over is it gonna go though? Ooh, guess that much. Ooh. Oh, we almost had it. Almost had it. Good. 13,000 over right now. 14,000. We got it. All right, cool. So I think we got a good deal here. So we'll get this back to the house and see how much more we paid it. So let's put this into car parking for now. Yeah, what is the question you got there? I feel like I'm gonna slaughter that name. Is that pronounced Ghoulish Man? Is it Ghoulish Man? Is that close? Yeah, definitely correct me on pronunciation. How you got motivated by set me the quest to collect every vanilla car. So I mean really every config. But how do you get motivation to build the modern cars? I don't get motivated to build it. So which modern cars do you mean there, Ghoulish Man? So do you mean like your own custom cars? Like out, designing them outside the game type of thing? So we did buy that one. I want to see how much we paid over that. So we got our drag version, I guess, as far as of our Gen 2 Camaro. Man, that gives me so many ideas with the way that one's designed. How we do our drag car. So many ideas. We're kind of looking for that TBX still, so we got a Bandit. Actually, that's the standard, but that's the Firebird. So no TBX in here. Alright, so we did get at least one car. Let's go back to the house. We can go check out a barn once we get back here. We'll check out the barn for sure. So vanilla cars that build after 2000, original in every config. So you want to do vanilla cars that build after 2000, original in every config. I mean, there's already cars available by default, but if you said you already did those, so I guess if I'm understanding you right there, Ghoulish Man, is you would like to see after 2000, so post 2000, the year 2000, cars built. Quite honestly, I haven't been motivated to do that because I'm kind of more old school. So, but I think I kind of guess I think I get what you're saying. So one car that we do have is the Subaru. I think that's pre or post 2000. I've seen that as a mod car. I have not created any of those myself. So just to see, where did I put that Subaru? I think this might be on the right track of what you're thinking of. So this one would be post 2000s. This is a 2005 Subaru. It's the bodywork on it is done really well and makes you very well good use, I guess, as far as of the vanilla parts that the game provides. But yeah, I have not been motivated, as you say, I guess, as far as to create these types of cars, because you get modders, very talented modders doing that already. I guess I tend to focus on my old school nature, I guess, as far as to do the older generation cars like these. That's my motivation, at least, anyway. My car survives with the vanilla cars. So I might be misunderstanding you a little bit, but I don't know what you mean. We don't really have a lot of 2000s other than what's already in there. So if you've already done all of those, I guess as far as do anything more with them, I don't know what more you could do. I mean, there's a lot of different configurations you can do for the vanillas, but again, if you've done all of them to do every config that you can think of for the stock cars, I don't know. I guess my motivation has been is just to create my own car. After doing everything that you feel is possible with the default cars. So my focus lately anymore has been seeing what's created mod-wise. So like this GTO, that Subaru, and things like that. Vanilla have 2 configs. Most of them do. Yeah, for sure. You're not finished collecting them. Now they have stand in my garage, but I don't build them. So again, I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to accomplish with the vanilla cars. So if they have the 2 configs and you've already done, maybe I misunderstood there. So on some of the configs you have not done anything to it. Unless you're just trying to say what gives you motivation, I guess, as far as to work on the vanilla cars at all. Where I've had to help, I guess, as far as in this game, as far as to do story cars and or the call orders and things like that, I guess, as far as just to get yourself associated with what's going on with each of them. I mean, it can get kind of repetitive and mundane, I guess, as far as to work on the same parts over and over again. But I find joy at this point, I guess, as far as working on mod cars, I guess, as far as that have much the same thing to it, but they're designed a little bit differently than the vanilla cars. So that's where I get my motivation and encouragement, I guess, as far as to work on the cars in here virtually. So yeah, if what you're saying there, Ghoulish Man, as far as you have a lot of these cars to work on and can't find the motivation to do it, just due to maybe the simplicity or the repetitiveness of it, I'm not really sure what's not motivating you, I guess, as far as to do that. You just gotta work on them. Just gotta work on them. Have some fun with them. But yeah, we did not get a TBX yet. I'm gonna go to a barn. Go check out a barn. Let's go check out a barn. Ooh, farmer guy is squeaking in on that raffle. Like the FMW Panther, I don't have a connection to them to build them because I know it's a BMW 3 Series, but they aren't. Right, so I think I get what you mean. And now I should probably ask you too there, Ghoulish Man, are you on... Tone that down a little bit. Are you on console or PC? I should probably ask that off the bat there. So you are on PC? So again, for me at least anyway, I can only speak for myself. I tend to venture into the mod cars because we have done a majority of all the default cars, I guess, as far as the story cars, and to fully restore and sell, I guess, as far as a lot of those types of cars. So yeah, I'm kind of over that at this point. So I've moved on to the mod cars. So again, I'm just speaking from my own experience with that. But if you're struggling, I guess, as far as just to work on the default vanilla cars, I guess, as far as I don't know what how to say, you just got to work on them. Work on them, get the experience with them, and just kind of understand and appreciate how they're done. So we got this car. That's not what we want. What else is in here? We're looking all through cars. So we got this dude. Okay, where's the third one? I think I might have already seen it. So there's the front of the barn. We got this one, and we should have one more in here. Where's that third car? Oh, it's right over here. Nice. So this is our Drag 69 Camaro. Yep, that's our Drag 69 Camaro. We already had one of those, so okay, so we didn't find a TBX. Did not find a TBX. So do we have anything loose in here? We don't. Alright, so pretty cool cars in this barn, but nothing we're really interested in. Not really anything we're interested in. You do have the quality of life now, where they named the mod cars, but vanilla cars suck at some way. Yeah, I get you. I've been in that same boat too, but you know, for me, like I said, I guess as far as I just toughed it out, we worked them on there. I put some redeems in there, I guess, as far as to help the viewers encourage me, I guess, as far as to do a lot of the story cars and you know, fully restore and all that. So we've got that done. So I've just been enjoying a lot of the mod cars. Again, just speaking from my own experience. All right, so I think we're good with this barn. Don't have anything in here that we want. We'll probably check out a junkyard just for the heck of it. Do a round robin of that. Sounds good. So I wish I had a little bit more, I guess, as far as to help explain how to get into them. You know, we do have quite a few of the default cars in our parking garage, I guess, as far as that we've worked on. It's like some of them have been pretty fun. Some of them have been pretty fun. I don't think I stuttered. Did I stutter? I don't know if I did. I might have. But if I did, let me help and try and explain. So yeah, we're trying to find a TBX at the moment. Trying to find that TBX. Let's go check out a junkyard. I'd rather not go junkyard, only because there's a lot more to fix on it in comparison to a salvage. We'll see what we can find. I really just want to compare the default TBX, I guess, as far as to this mod one. What do we got at the junkyard today? Okay. Got anything loose? Nothing loose. Let's see what kind of cars we got in. Let's go this way. So we got a car over here that is not a TBX. Definitely not a TBX. So yeah, Ghoulish man, I know I can kind of feel what you're experiencing, I guess, as far as, so you got all these cars to work on, but it's just like, you know, it's just kind of meh. I get it, but I think really what it comes down to is you just got to work on them. I think that's what's given me a lot of enjoyment, I guess, as far as so I'm not familiar with the Jaguar. I would never really own one myself, but as far as to work on it, to kind of understand, you know, what's going on with it, that's what gives me the encouragement, I guess, as far as to just work on it. What do we got here? So this looks like a Lotus. Yep. So it's not a TBX. We're looking for a TBX. So that's the fake Viper over there. Got a lot of cars in this visit. Holy smoke, so many cars on this visit. This looks like a bare frame something. That's a bare frame Audi. You know what? I might have to buy this one, man. I have to speed run this one. Maybe not today, but at some point. Because we've always, I've left it up there as far as say, if we ever do find a bare frame car at the junkyard, we'll speed run that. So I think this is not one we've spit. We didn't do a speed run on. Let's go ahead and buy this one. Pretty cheap. Let's put that one in the car parking. So we got both our drag GTO, and then I'm just trying to see how much room we got left in the project garage. So that's another thing too there, Ghoulish Man. You could challenge yourself working on those vanilla cars, I guess, as far as by doing a speed run. You know, time yourself, I guess, as far as how long does it take you. We've done that. Like with the bare frame cars, if you find out, if you got the quality of life mod, find a bare frame car, no matter what it is, and speed run it. See how long it takes you to build it. We've done that here on stream, I guess, as far as to kind of entertain that idea. Kind of super fun. So depending on what type of car, for like myself, I've found it pretty interesting to know which cars take a little bit longer in comparison to others, as far as when you speed run it. You got my first only frame car this week. A VW Bus Samba. Okay, that's not a default one. That sounds like a mod one. Sounds like a mod car. That sounds like an interesting one. So that was a bare frame. Nice. Yeah, so I've got the redeem on here. Yeah, so if you redeem one, I guess, as far as to see any mod card that's available on the Steam Workshop, that's one of the stipulations, I guess, as far as for the request of a car build. Request of a car build that is a mod. As long as it's on the Steam Workshop, we'll do that if you request it. So yeah, we didn't find a TBX in here today. So no TBX here at the junkyard. But we did get that bare frame, so that's there's that. That was a Audi S3. Nice. All right, let's go ahead and head back here to the house, and I guess we'll go back to salvage auctions. So I'm not familiar with the VW Bus Samba, but sounds like you had some fun with building that one. You know, and that, again, like for me, that's what I've found enjoying, I guess, as far as this one is not only working on the mod cars that are available for this game, but also design my own. So the one for sure that I've done 100% from the ground up is this Gen 2 Camaro. So we got the different trims, I guess, as far as for that one. And I've got a lot of new ideas now, even with what we found today on the GTO, of how to redesign this guy. That's what's given me a lot of enjoyment with this game, is figuring out how to design your own car. A lot of enjoyment. Alright, we're going to go back to the car auctions. Continue our round robin here. Try to find this TBX. And again, we're mostly just wanting to get it just to compare it with our Pontiac GTO. And you just do scrapyard cars. Collect other cars. Take me long to take them apart. Yeah, so for me, what I like to do is do salvage. Yeah, it's to do salvage here, because, and then I tend to usually only focus on getting at least a 3-star. Because most of the time the 3 stars, they either start there already at the auction, or all I need is oil. So that's a really good start, I feel, I guess, as far as with finding cars in the salvage auction. That's just been my approach, at least anyway. There's many different ways you can go about it, for sure. We're looking for a TBX. A lot of really cool cars in there. So we got quite a few DLCs. Not all of them, I will admit, too. We do have the Zondas. We've worked on those. So I'm looking for a TBX. This Beetle, I know you're mentioning the bus. Yeah, that VW bus. This Beetle is gonna pretty fun too. So if you haven't tried out the Beetle, that's a fun one. Here's a TBX. Yep, it's a 400. It's a 2-star, so it's probably in really rough shape. But let's see what we got. This is the TBX that's available in game. So this is basically the game developer's version of that GTO, right? And I think they've done a pretty good job on this thing as far as the body style and whatnot to it. So it looks like most of the engine is here. So even for a 2-star, so it definitely probably isn't going to run being a 2-star. Let's see. Nope. So it may only need oil. Now I know most of the 3-stars come down to that. Most of the time it just needs oil. Not very common, I guess, as far as for 2-stars to be able to run there, but it looks like a lot of it is here as far as engine. So it's only missing a hood and a trunk and a rear bumper, so not too much missing. Let's see if we can get this guy. I'd like to get these cars for well underestimated if possible, but we've got a lot of bidders here. Okay, it's slowed down a little bit. Really curious to see how much over we paid as this is going over. Oh, come on now. Okay. A couple thousand over, I guess, as far as that's not as bad as the drag GTO that we got earlier. So let's receive it. We'll put this one in the garage. Put that right on the lift. You don't watch the money? You did build some Beetles? Yeah, those Beetles are pretty cool. The two that I like the most out of all the trims for that is the standard, the Herbie, maybe 4. So there's the Death Rod, and there's one more, I forget which one it is, and maybe the Baja. Yeah, pretty cool trims on that one. There's one that's really kind of out there, I guess, as far as I don't care for it as much. Let's go back to the garage and check out our TBX. Yeah, we did here. You built 2 to 3 Beetles, but you did sell them? Yeah, we did end up keeping the three trims of it. You get the Death Rod, the Baja, and the Herbie, and the standard. So 4 of them we kept. 4 of them we kept. Yep. All right, let's see what we got here back at the house. Most of the time at the game where I don't get a lot of money. Yeah, you don't make a lot of money off the Beetles. Yeah, for sure. So let's see how much we overpaid on this one. How much we in the hole? Not by much though. Not by much. So another one I want to check out here is that drag GTO. So we paid like a good 14,000 overestimated. Let's see how much we're in the hole on that one. So let's move this one to parking garage here for a second. I'm gonna pull out the Pontiac GTO. So that's gonna be this dude. So the fact that this one's 69, there's our mod one, that's our drag one. Let's pull that out. And I just want to see how much we overpaid on this guy, and whether or not we can actually sit in it. Yeah, we're gonna have to take that roll cage out. So this is much like the Subaru. We had to take it out in order to sit in it. There we go. Check this thing out. Even got the slam shifter on it. That's slick. Is it dirt? He's a runner. Okay, I'm not even mad about it. So let's see how much we overpaid on it though. We did have to keep the rear window out of it. Is what it was tied to. I guess as far as for the roll cage, they'd be able to sit in it. So it still has the tachometer on the hood. That's slick. Yeah, this is the more serious type of call induction. So we did our low profile one on our SS Gen 2. You got 1 to 2 millions so collecting. Yeah, we got quite a bit of monies ourselves. So a lot of ways that we've got our monies as far as working on the McLarens. Yeah, working on the McLarens is where we got most of our monies. So we did confirm that this one does run. So that's cool. So how much did we overpay? That's what I wanted to check. Whoops, that's not what I wanted either. So we want to go, oh darn it, trying to get into that menu right here. So how much did we overpay? Pretty much as we did, yep. So not quite all the way, but pretty much all of that. We'll probably fix this one up there to get it less out of the hole. Get her out of the hole. But pretty cool looking drag GTO. Yeah, let's go ahead and put that rear window back in. Boop. Which includes the roll cage, which I think is neat. Sweet. We'll put that back into the parking garage for now. That'll be a future project. Put that back in there, and we're going to pull that TBX. Fix that one up a little bit. Parking. Let's pull this one out. So this is the in-game version of that Pontiac GTO. Do you tune the engine from the drag GTO? I mean, you can. Yeah, you totally can. Most all these cars you can tune, I guess, as far as like that. So, like on our, I think on our drag Gen 2, do we have any tuning to it? We got 7% on that one, so not a ton. But yeah, we do add some tune parts, I guess, as far as to our drag cars. So I'm really thinking to completely redesign this one here to make wheelie bar and all that stuff for it. That'd be slick. I mean, not that this looks terrible. The car that I used to own, I guess, as far as was similar to this one, but I had Krieger SSTs on it like this one. Krieger SSTs on that. So picture, if you will, these tires on this car. That's what I had. Same color too. Blue sapphire metallic. Blue sapphire metallic. Yep, so that's been my inspiration for that. Yeah, I want to know what's the original untuned drag index. Yeah, that's one thing I didn't look at that one there, as far as what is the untuned drag index. We could probably do that on that drag car to see what it's getting. Now, we know in the engine and all that it's not 100%. So that's what you have to also factor in. In fact, we can swap that out really quick and see. I meant to look at that. Let's pull up the drag GTO. See what we got on that. That's going to be this fella. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Move it to garage. What is the drag index? So it's not going to show one yet until we get it at the dyno. So we know the engine's not 100%. And what I've done in the past here is, as far as to actually, based on condition, to see what kind of horsepower we get out of it. So we know we won't get 498, just based on condition. So maybe we'll put this up for, put it up on a poll, I guess, as far as a prediction, as to what type of horsepower we'll get on this guy. Be it, it's not 100%. So if it's 100%, we'll get this, right? So the condition shows this here. Now we can do some tests on it, I guess, as far as just to confirm that everything's probably yellow. Let's do that. Let's do all the tests on it just to kind of give an idea. You got a stock of 1,000 horsepower on the Mustang? Nice. Okay, that's definitely not getting us the right readout. So we saw all the things yellow. So we gotta redo this. I don't know what readout it's giving us there, but that is not the right readout. Try it again. Try it again. It's kind of all over the place. We're some in the 50s, 60s, but mostly all in the yellow. Okay, so I'm thinking right off the bat here, I'm thinking we're going to have a good 50 horsepower loss. That's my initial guess there. So we'll have like 50 horsepower loss on this engine based on the stock base power. Let's do electro. Yeah, so just by looking at that status of the engine itself, that's kind of where I'm at. That'll be my initial guess as a 50 horsepower loss. Yeah, it looks like everything is going to be pretty much in the yellow. Let's do a fuel pressure test. Yo, what's going on here, Jay Booth? What's going on? It's more afternoon, going into evening for us, but I imagine it's probably your morning. So welcome on in. Yeah, so based on the condition here, I'm thinking right around a 50 horsepower loss. That's what I'm thinking. So let's get it over to the dyno and actually test it out. We'll put a prediction up here. See what everybody else thinks. Let's move it over to the dyno. So, yeah, based on the yellow condition, and not 100% on this in here, the default horsepower is 498, so I'm going to say 448 when we get on this thing. So, we haven't done one of these in a while, so let's do a prediction. Let's start a prediction up here. You can feel free to use your sanity points, I guess, as far as to, let's see what we got here. So, 20... You know what? I already got one in here for 60. I'm going to do that one. This one's already set up. I'm going to leave it up there for a minute and give everybody a chance. Yeah, let's do this one. So I'm going to go with 60. 60 horsepower loss. I already had this one writ up. Let's do that. So feel free to use those sanity points that you've been racking up, I guess, as far as on the channel. You determine, I guess, as far as... So again, just to give you a little bit of a clue of what conditions we have here on the car. We're mostly in the yellow. We did all the tests to determine, I guess, as far as... So just to kind of give you a rundown, give you somewhat of a direction to go, I guess, as far as for condition. As far as for the, at least for the engine. So we're only going to do just the dyno, I guess, as far as... So we're not worried about the other parts for right now, but there are some other parts that will affect horsepower, like the exhaust and so on. So the fuse box base, it doesn't get that. That would be nice if it actually determined the fuse box base condition, I guess, as far as after doing the electrical test. But obviously it don't. So there you have it. There's the rundown. Prediction is closed. Let's go ahead and see what we get out of this. So let's go ahead and run the dyno. I'm going 60. 60 horsepower is my, whether or not it's more or less than that. So everybody did. Gets a little noisy in here, so if you got the noise, got the volume turned up, watch your ears. .82 horsepower loss, so it's more than 60. There it is. There it is. 82 horsepower loss, so it is actually more than 60 horsepower. Let's see how everybody did. What is that outcome? So it was definitely more than 60 horsepower. Let's see how everybody did. For those of you that did, so there's no obligation in it at all, I guess, as far as, but let's see how everybody did there. So Ghoulish Man, I guess, as far as, figured right, I guess, as far as it wasn't going to be more than 60. GG's there, Ghoulish Man. That was pretty cool. Alright, let's move this back over to this lift. So now we got a really good baseline. So what kind of that's what I missed there. So put us into Class C 263 with that condition. So I think if we were to get that to 100%, we should be able to increase that. Definitely be able to increase that. So I'm gonna leave it up to you folks here. I'm kind of running out of time here, I guess, as far as a little bit. What would you like to see me work on, I guess, as far as to work on this car? Get it to close to 100%, or that TBX, I guess, as far as that we have in our project garage that we just purchased there. I'll leave it up to you. So one's in chat if you want to see the drag GTO worked on, or this default TBX, also known as the Pontiac GTO. One's in chat for drag, 2 if for this one. I'm gonna replenish my beverage. Just keep in mind there too, I guess, as far as we're running short on time. We'll be streaming here tomorrow, I guess, as far as for trucking. We're gonna be doing some more trucking, taco trucking. Jack Dial wants to see this one. Alright, so we got 1 vote, I guess, as far as for this car. Currently up on the screen. And that's all the reaction we're going to have there, I guess, as far as we'll focus on this one. So let's go ahead and put our drag GTO back in. Let's do that one. Let's pull this one out. Our parking, and that's going to be... Well, what's kind of nice is they've actually got the year applied to this one, or the mod one. Not that you can't tell by the picture. That's how you can determine. So for me, what I did is I put Gen 2 on the Camaro, so when you find the default one, that also says with the quality of life mod Chevy Camaro, I put Gen 2 on it as opposed to the year. So that was my approach. So it's kind of interesting, I guess, as far as just to be able to differentiate the two anyway. Let's go ahead and move this back to the garage. We'll work on this one a little bit. So just to reconfirm, we don't have anything in the inventory. But first thing this thing needs is a bath. Let's go give her a bath. See what she looks like after giving her a bath. Plus, we can really kind of tell a little bit better, I guess, as far as the difference between the mod GTO and this one. Let's do the interior while we're at it. So let's move this back over to lift B, or not to B. Alright, so now we can get a really good look at the similarities. So, first thing that stands out to me is this little point on here on the nose. You have that here on this one as well. Obviously the lights are a little bit different, as far as these are round as opposed to these being square or rectangular. As far as the rear end, we have this going on for it. Obviously it has a more generic type of lights, I guess, as far as to it. We're missing the rear bumper on this one here, but much the same body style. As far as the overall body style is pretty similar. You can see the window shape, I guess, as far as for the side window, very similar. Very similar lines, I guess, as far as on that default TBX to this one. Obviously, we have a little bit different design, I guess, as far as to the hood. Obviously, I think the dead giveaway for this mod one is having the talk on the hood. That was iconic, I guess, as far as for this car back in '69. So, kind of digging the similarities. The front end, when you look at the grill and such, I guess, is definitely different. But the main thing that stands out to me is that little pointer on the nose. Pretty neat. So let's get this in. We'll give this a new hood. Get that on the list. So that's just going to be. Whoops, wrong store. That's going to be for our TBX. Let's get a new hood for her. So it does actually have that same design as this GTO. As far as the openings here. It's almost like they use this same hood as a basis there. The only thing it's missing is the talk applied to the hood. That's pretty cool. Alright, let's give it a trunk. So this one has the spoiler built onto it. I don't think this one does by default. So this one actually has the wheel tubs that show into it, whereas this one does not. So it's a little bit more enclosed in this trunk. So just doing some subtle comparisons, I guess, as far as to each of the cars. So let's get ourselves a trunk for this, which does not have spoiler on it like that mod go does. So let's get ourselves a trunk. I hope they make suspension customization for 2026. Like what type there, Ghulishman? Like ride height and things like that. You know, like adjustable ride height and things like that. I would like to see some different tune parts, like for calipers, like 6-piston calipers. That'd be kind of cool, I guess, as far as, but to also have that performance added to it, I guess, as far as having it, not just the look of it, but also the performance to it. That's definitely what I'm looking forward to. Yeah, as far as the new rendition, lowering or heightening something, right? So yeah, like ride height adjustment that you can adjust. You know, like, yeah, I think I get what you mean. That would be a nice added feature, but also maybe having yeah, different types of brakes. We've already got like the drilled and slotted rotors, but to have like 6-piston calipers, or maybe even a dual caliper type of setup, that would be kind of neat. I'd like to see that. Get some new windows. We need to weld this frame. Yep, frame's in really bad shape. Let's go ahead and weld it. Get the frame in a better shape. 1300 get that. So the fact that this one to weld it was 50 credits. That's the lowest I've ever seen to weld a frame. Now our frame should be 100%. So yeah, we're just gonna fix up some body parts. So we already did the hood. I don't know if I'm super thrilled about the paint job on this thing. So I may repaint it. At least we'll get the body panels fixed up there. That for starters. Get that door off of there. I guess I think that's all the body panels. Already got all the windows out. Okay, cool. Let's get fixed up what we can. So we may not finish this one up here today, folks, but we'll get a good start on it. Definitely get a good start on it. I'm starting to get super duper famished, I guess, as far as got a lot of really good grub, I guess, as far as especially over the holidays. A lot of leftovers, lots of leftovers. All right, so let's put this back together. Oh, so that fender was no good. All right, so we need to replace that fender. This one's okay though. Get a new fender. I think we'll end up probably repainting this. More than likely end up repainting it. More for the reason that I don't like the color and not a big fan of it, and the fact that we had to replace so many parts, body panels. So there's not good. Let's get a new mirror. Okay, slap that in there. Do the windows and all that, I guess, as far as last. Okay, that one was completely missing. Okay. That's our right side mirror. That is paintable. Wait, okay, there's all that. So let's get our windows. All new windows. Sweet, now we get the other side. So we're probably gonna need new headlights. They're not repairable. Only the mod ones generally tend to be fixable, as we know. Okay, front bumper should... Oh, we didn't have a front bumper. Okay, so let's get a front bumper. I think we're missing a rear bumper, too. I think that's paintable. It's a paintable front bumper. Nice. Okay, let's get some windows. And we'll replace that rear bumper, and I think we'll be good on body parts. Whoa, what the heck? Try that again. Done the wrong thing. Hey, when that happens. Okay, so we got our rear window and our rear bumper. I'll clean up at least this much for now. Tail lights, yeah, it definitely needs some new tail lights. Again, just like the headlights, they're not repairable. Obviously, got to get some new ones. Not our first time working on these, but it's been a while. Yes, we're definitely missing rear bumper. And there we go. So our body should be 100%, less the plates. 90%. So yeah, that last 10% is going to be the license plates. So yeah, our body's in good shape. That's a good start right there. I think that's where I'm going to wrap it up here, folks. So we'll be getting back into this on our Wednesday. So yeah, just word of the wise for those of you don't have any big plans, I guess, as far as for New Year's Eve or New Year's. We will be streaming here on the channel both New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, I guess, as far as Wednesday and Thursday. So definitely do feel free, I guess, as far as mark that on your schedule, I guess, as far as for that. If you're looking for someplace to check out, I guess, as far as, so we'll be doing more wrenching on cars, I guess, as far as here on Wednesday. And on Thursday, we got some catching up to do in NASCAR 25. We do some racing there in the truck series, I guess, as far as on to Thursday. So looking forward to that. So if you want to catch any of that action, definitely make sure that if you haven't already, hit the follow button on the channel. If you're over on the Twitch side, get the notification when the streams are live. Social media is posted to the channel. I'll go ahead and put these at your fingertips so you can check that out at your leisure. Nice. And then what we're going to do here on the outro of the stream here over on the Twitch side is we're going to be right over to somebody on the outro. So I would very much appreciate if you can stick around, I guess, as far as for that on the outro. And if you can, it's understandable too. But that's what we're going to do there if you're over on the Twitch side of things. Very much hope you have a marvelous rest of your Monday. And hope to see you again here soon, folks. Especially for some trucking tomorrow. Bye for now.